Alright, I think it's going to turn off the music. Welcome, everyone. We are here on November 9th, Dwarf Day. It's been a minute since our last one. A lot has happened in that period. We've had a couple of bannings, format changed hands. Uh, Not a ton changed for Magda. We had a few good pieces that just really optimized some slots, but not like truly truly changed the deck. I think last time we had a Dwarf Day, Barkform already existed, or was at least spoiled, and we knew what it was going to look like at that point.
Card's crazy.
Card is crazy. We'll be talking about it a little bit today. Can I get a mic check on
We're
my?
only
Okay, I'm getting
we're
sound.
only 20 members away from 1,000, so the path isn't too long.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so that's something we're going to do a little community updating while we're we'll get into it. I'll talk about the um, this is the second Path to 1K Dwarf Day I've done, and this one is even more special because we got there very quickly, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. So our agenda is talking about do some community updates. Then we're going to talk. We're going to roughly go over what we talked about with Rustin and his our Rusty Thoughts video. Mishra and Russ sat down for a little bit of a powwow because he's going to be at the Boil, I believe, or running a tournament of his own. Um, and he's not going to be able to be here, unfortunately. Saturdays are the best for the most, but it's also the best day to play Magic. And I never fault anyone for playing Magic instead of talking about Magic, for sure. Um, After that, the Rusty Thoughts talk, we're going to go through our kind of roundtable discussing um, larger deck trends, meta shifting, all the things that like um, help you make decisions about building, piloting, and tuning your deck. Um, and after that, we'll do a little bit of looking into the tournament data and such that it is right now. Um, and the deck list therein. We've had a very good couple months. It's not like peak months. We're not like talking like three top fours every weekend like we had back in like what May or June.
People are also a lot more scared of us.
And we're still
Sorry,
doing very
currently.
well. Like that's the thing. We are still doing very well despite getting the Winota treatment, and that speaks very highly for our monocolor deck. So let's kick it off with the community updates. Um, we are, as of recording, about 20 people away from 1,000. That is a phenomenal number. For those of you that don't know, we had to restart this server after some dissension. The dwarves went to a new mine, effectively, um, and it was pretty traumatic and pretty harrowing. And we didn't know what would come of the community, and the community is like one of the more important parts for me. I don't get to play Magic as much, so the gathering is just core to what I love about the game, and the fact that the game in our community just keeps growing and getting smarter and staying as positive and constructive as it has is really heartening. Um, so there's for those of you that don't know, and I've popularized this decent amount and announced it earlier last month that we're doing a giveaway to celebrate all this. Um, I've commissioned some treasures from Inkling Customs, an artist that I'm familiar with, and these numbers aren't super relevant now, but when I got it commissioned, this tells you how many times you need to tap with One Ring to empty your deck, um, and helps you count. Uh, but it functions as a treasure token, so you can have that helper with you on the table. This happened before Vexing Baba was printed, and we no longer needed to worry about those numbers over much. But
It's still potentially important if you are trying to win through Grafdigger's Cage.
that's absolutely true. It's just also, yeah, no, it definitely is relevant there. So those of you that haven't had opportunity to practice with the numbers, these will help you as a little handy cheat sheet until you don't need it anymore, which is nice. and these will be available in pretty much every package that's giveaway. It's part of the giveaway, and just to run through it real quick, I have one of Gold Sabertooth's. Yeah, you know what? Now that we're back on AM, it'll happen. I'll definitely do an AM one at this point. Um, but yeah, so the grand prize is the Sabertooth playmat, a couple of signed cards. I can say now these mystery cards are no longer mysteries. They are Return the Favor and Three Tree Mascot. I was lucky enough to interact for a pretty long time with both Eli Manaya and Gina Matarazzo at Imaginative Realism, and I got a bunch of cards signed. Um, and with this bundle, you'll get a foil Return the Favor and a foil uh, um, Three Tree Mascot signed by the respective artists, and 5 foil treasure tokens. So you'll have you'll be able to count to 5 with Professor Magda teaching you how to count to emptying your deck with the One Ring. The
People
next,
don't like us counting to 5.
what's that? Yeah, people don't like it.
People don't like us counting to
Yeah,
5 currently.
it's more of a doom clock at that point.
Yep.
Yeah, they're just like, oh god, they have the custom tokens. We have to be afraid of them because they weren't afraid enough. Um,
Will say from fruition, like from the concept to now, they have come a long way, and I really like them. They are
oh,
gorgeous.
I should point out, it was you that doodled it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was a conversation that
It
Buddha
was
and I
it was
had.
show talking to me about it,
yeah,
and me putting it on paper.
yeah. He doodled it. Show sent it to me, and I was like, I gotta get this done into something. So I found I had bought some cute tokens from someone before, and I was like, hey, do you do commissions? And here we have them, and I have a giant stack of foil and non-foil just chilling. But
And Rust made a joke about making the playmat out of the doodle.
no, it would be a good one. Um,
Yep.
so yeah, just to run through this real quickly, the runner-up is going to be a foil uh, Three Tree Mascot, a foil list, um, Great Furnace, and a Return the Favor with 5 foil Magdas there, treasure tokens. And then I'm going to have 2 foil prize packs that'll have one of those 2 foils, one of Return the Favor or Three Tree with the tokens, and then 4 non-foil. It'll likely just be Return the Favor because I only have non-foil Return the Favors signed, and then a bunch of either Return the Favors or Three Tree Mascots. So there's over 20 things to give away at this point. The sad news there is that I've had a pretty harrowing multi failure experience trying to get the foils signed, so I still need to send those off to Eli. But I do have quite a few of these cards signed already and ready to ship out when this giveaway is closed in a week. So that's everything that you can or may win. So throw your name in the hat. Doesn't hurt. I bought the cards, so I'm definitely giving them away because I don't need more than one. Uh, so Google Forms here. Google Forms also in announcements, and I'll ship it anywhere. You don't if you're not American. That's a-okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's. I'll work with Inkling to get a spot to put it up on our website so people can reach out to her and order. Um, I don't know what her minimum is, but I ordered 100 of each, non-foil and foil. Um, just a fun fact: the back of this thing is the back of the tokens are a QR code for the Discord that I will maintain indefinitely. So, invite your buddies. If someone says, "Hey, it's a really cool deck," just flip the token over and say, "The world is your oyster." Otherwise, I think we'll move through to the e-begging part of this little conversation. Um, so we have had some very wonderful and uh, giving people in the past, maintaining our level 3 boost and all the things that are all the things that are nice that come along with it. Mostly the voice quality. These Dwarf Days are recorded at the highest quality because Buddha's and mine and Show's voice reach Discord server in the least compressed fashion they're going to, and reach me and my recording as high quality as they're going to, because we're level 3. Because of circumstances, people have dropped their support at different times, and so I do not lose the so I don't we didn't lose the level 3 and the vanity URL tied to the back of those QR codes. I've put up about 6 boosts. I would like to equalize the load a little bit amongst the people. So if you would like to give back for the work and the giveaway stuff, this is an awesome way to do it, because it's very easy to boost to Discord, and we appreciate you, Elspeth, for doing so. That's one less I have to maintain at the end of the month. But yeah, no, it's honestly just a request that some dwarves pitch in, so I don't have to shoulder like a third of them. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, and I'll probably announce. I'll probably put that in an announcement when I post the video, just as an additional request, because only 20 or so people are here, and I'll be able to reach more people afterwards. So the people in the room don't feel overtly obligated. So Rusty thoughts. I'm mostly just going to do an overview of what we talked about. The video's there for you to peruse at your leisure, and it's I think a good 45 minutes.
It's a really good video. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend going and taking a look at it. I watched it the day before yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Cool. So Russ had some particular thoughts on where Magda fit in the meta based on his experience down in the American Southwest, and that was pretty elucidating. And basically, like, how the kind of bad matchups versus like what decks you're worried about in the modern meta post shakeup, post banning. Rust's shop is in Kilgore, Texas. I don't think he'd be worried about me doxing me in that sense. He but yeah, he runs a store in Kilgore.
Mainly plays in Dallas area.
Yeah, he plays in Dallas. I think he's gone to Oklahoma before.
Yeah, he's gone to Oklahoma, gone to Georgia.
Yeah, so he plays across the South-ish, but mostly Texas.
He's been to Charlotte a couple of times, North Carolina, those places.
Yeah, people that live in Texas have endless patience for driving 30 hours to do things.
Well, it's because it's Texas.
I mean, I know. Everything's
really
bigger. So we talked about the deck and like what cards been made redundant via the bans, what cards been made redundant or less useful because of
meta.
Because of the meta changing, and basically just any pocket picks or any copium he's on that he wants people to try out, anything that he's not on that he thinks people should be investigating. Like there's a lot of good stuff in there, and I highly recommend it. And since he won't be here, that's the only way you're going to be able to hear his thoughts there. We talked about Warping Wail and Winter Moon and Workshop. We're going to go into the land stuff a little bit later, so I'm not going to belabor that. But we kind of previewed that conversation about lands and math together while we were talking about it. And the link will be in this video, and I'll probably post it separately afterwards. So, our topics today are, as you can expect, relative to the bans and the new world we find ourselves in. But first, before we talk about how Magda is affected, we should talk about what we're seeing. We're seeing a pretty sizable amount of Rogsci and T&K, and I would say both are about as good as they were. Maybe not as ubiquitous because I think people are. I don't necessarily think the drop or the market share loss that they're seeing is representative of their loss of power. It's I think people really being hungry for a change in what they're currently playing because it felt like wrong to play something other than Blue Farm or Rogsai for so long that now that Thrasios X decks and Kinnan decks are more attractive again, um, people are just branching out and enjoying the spice. Would you agree with that, show?
I'd say it's also a problem that because we're going more mid-range, and a lot of those mid-range decks are primarily blue control
Yeah.
at their baseline,
Yep.
that Rogsai has a larger problem, especially if they're on dark Rogsai rather than light Rogsai, which means they're on like the more I'm just going to forego some of my counter magic so that I can push wins faster, that some pilots have been playing.
Yeah.
Um, but there is definitely still players that are on all the counter stuff that lets Rogsai kind of play the uh mid game stuff, but I don't know. It's doing well, but it's also not doing disproportionately well compared to other decks in the format, which I think is healthy.
Right. And honestly, the I think when the bans happened, something we were worried about was, oh, good, Rogside didn't get touched, and now we're just going to lose on turn two because nothing can keep up yet, right?
Yeah.
And they can, but it just doesn't seem like that's what's happening right now. We seems like people have adjusted. It seems like people have been dealing with it, and
It's become more of a pipe dream for them rather than consistent. You know.
There are still plenty of games where people are forced to mull low or they don't get the interaction they're looking for, and they can still get those sometimes turn one, turn two, turn three wins like consistently. And it's still a very powerful deck in that regard. But because there is so much that can go wrong still for them, um, it's a big issue.
yeah,
Like stuff that taxes them, like God Pharaoh statue or Sphere of Resistance, etc., can just dampen their game plan to the point where they don't exist as a deck at the table
right.
unless they've really come out of the gate swinging.
And that's where our deck is. I would say still shines because we have kept all of the things that hurt them, and we've cut the things that no longer are relevant.
Which
Largely,
we'll potentially get to later.
yeah. So I'm. I mean, I can't. Moving on to the next group of decks. Like I can't understate how thoroughly present blue green X decks are. It is the half of the top 16 in some of these tournaments, um, where people are playing, Thrasios, Tavesh, Thrasios,
Hymna,
Timnia.
Thrasios, Rog.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, just throw Thrasios with a random commander and you have a decent mid-range
And
deck.
and then there's the Kinnons, right? And the Kinnons
Yeah,
are also incredible. Yeah, no, Torpedo Fire Stonks, play Modern
I mean,
Green.
Kinnan lost nothing, like Buddha said.
Yeah.
Like, literally, the deck didn't change, and it's also getting new toys. The new fairy that's coming out in Foundations for Kinnan is
What does it do?
really, it lets them play creatures at instant speed.
Oh, lets them play creatures at instant speed. Yeah.
Yeah, it lets them
It's
play everything at
it's the
Yeah,
Flash.
it's the opposite.
it's
So
it's insane.
It's the
it's a
Valley Flood
better
Caller,
version. It's a
but
better version of Yeva.
that's great. Well,
I'd have to agree with that. It
yeah,
is better than Yeva.
anything that you can flip onto into it. I mean, you can flip
Yeah,
Yeva, but
it's
like
it's pretty stupid, but yeah, it's a fairy.
they've kind of
Um,
pushed those.
yeah, but
Um,
like
Good.
the format definitely did slow down, half a turn to a turn.
Yeah,
So these mid-range blue green decks get to put their foothold down. And the fact that Thrasios and Kinnan get so much value out of their activated ability, especially when combined with things like Seedborn Muse, that you can't outvalue them, even if you have, the Rhystic, Mystic sort of stuff. it's very difficult to outvalue them, especially because they can have those engines themselves.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, just Simic cheats at the game at every single level that it can, and Simic right now is very well positioned to not get punished for doing so. So yeah, that's the long and short on that. I mean, you're gonna see it. We're gonna talk about card choices for that reason, for that matchup, but we'll get there when we get there. Stacks is I'm not gonna say it's doing great, but it's more present than it was. Um, um, Kizet has two twice with Street Urchin. Um, there's been a decent amount of Elevere. I think Elevere got a top 4 or 2.
It won the tournament.
Right, right. And then there's been like 3 time top 16s. Um,
Godo's won 2 events.
right. And
Balin's unfortunately fallen off, but
yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
This was written.
I
I find it very funny that Godo is like still being played, but that's just a personal opinion of mine.
It has the same tools that we do, but with harder to interact with inevitability, if that makes sense, um, because it's a bigger creature. Um, and
And this is just speculation. I feel like there's been a lot more creature removal, which has made creature counters less relevant. And so, if you got the protection that you need to get your Godo in and people aren't running creature counters, then you go off.
right, if they don't have it when you grab the hammer, right, or your
Helm.
or yeah, or helm, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, no, it's realistically that's probably it. And also, I want to say that those Godo wins were pretty early after the bans, where it was the wildest of the Wild West.
It
So
was.
so that's relevant. We'll probably see some settling, and I think we have with the blue green supremacy. Um, there's been a lot more tempo decks and control decks. People that were worried about uh, like Talion falling off because he can't be turn one as easily or really at all.
I mean, to
Tibbet
be
being
fair, Talion has kind of fallen off, but it's still a playable deck and it still does exactly what it's supposed to do.
right. Yuriko has kind of risen up in at least in playability. I don't know if it's doing better. It's doing a lot better than it had been, which was to say not doing well at all.
But it also still hasn't topped many tournaments.
Right, right.
It's in a very awkward spot in the meta because
It needs to hit.
board, just like us, they
Yeah.
need an open board if we don't have a tapper. So like, unless they have their evasive creatures, they're not getting in.
Right, right. I mean, also, I think this is one of the more difficult to play archetypes.
Sure.
And Yuriko, I think, is especially difficult because she has the problem of needing to do creature-oriented control. Um, Decks like Stella Lee are probably doing a little bit better, but they're not like you know, placement per player. Like its win percentage is probably higher.
She's
Um,
still a turbo deck more than it is a tempo deck, but
that's true. She has the ability to pivot though. Um,
Tim the Thrasios, Tivit, like these are the sort of decks that are,
Atraxa.
yeah, I mean, Atraxa hasn't seen much play, to be
Right,
fair.
that's true.
I mean, Tivit hasn't seen a whole lot of play either, but it's seeing more than Atraxa.
Yeah,
There's just so many more blue decks that are more mid-range that tempo and control.
yeah,
Like that's their thing while they accrue their value and they get their draw from their Timna or they get their activations from their
yeah.
Thrasios or
Or
some
they just
other
or do pivot things.
way to generate, yeah, or they just do Timna things in general or
Yeah,
whatever. Like there's a lot of things that people are playing. Um, you're seeing a lot more of Teamer, you're seeing a lot more of, oh, what is the other one? My brain is stuck.
you lost. You got me.
Yeah, the black. Green, black, blue.
Sultai.
That one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got things like the other frog that's seeing some play.
Glarb.
that won it. Yeah, Glarb that won an event.
Yep.
And it's top 4 at a couple events.
Yeah. Glarb's great. So realistically, the reason stacks and the tempo is lower on the his moistness. Um, I met the artist for Glarb at Imaginative Realism. Fun fact for you guys: his eye used to look like a Palantir kind of weird crystal ball because he could see the future. And they said it was too weird, so they digitally edited it afterwards. Both him and the original artist of Glarb, because there was 2 versions. So if you want the weird version of Glarb, I don't know, go order a playmat. But what was I gonna say? The reason
Stacks is in a weird spot.
Yeah, stacks is in a weird spot because we've gotten less stacksy, bluntly. I feel like we've
No, I'd say that like Magda currently is in 2 camps.
right,
You have the hard stacks or turbo stacks players that are essentially hard stacks minus like 2 stacks pieces.
right,
Um, and then you have the people that are more mid-range, sort of spellslinger control oriented,
right.
like Rust.
Like tempo mid rangey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
tempo mid-rangey.
yeah, I would agree.
And also like rule of law effects are really potent against specific things, but they do nothing against other things. So like the Sisay is still a thing that's inevitable even under rule of law.
Yep.
Same thing with us. Like it's not a really strong effect to have. So like Tim the Tana and Tyam and stuff like that are these rule of law decks are not really seeing as much consistency.
Yeah.
Elevere has that 1 win, but it's still for the most part not great. And as a Magda, we're like, as soon as rule of law comes down, we're like, thumbs up,
Great. Yeah.
let's go.
That's something to point out that most of the time we cannibalize other stacks. Like if they can add a second stacks piece or a third stacks piece to R1 or 2, that's fantastic. That usually means we're doing great. 3 stacks decks is generally where the game turns into this is probably a draw because everyone's pointing a stacks gun at each other and no one wants to remove anything. But realistically, yeah, I would say that 1 stacks is not it's not overperforming. It's just slightly better than it was.
And the real important thing is that because of the prevalence of Kinnan and Thrasios X decks, unless there is a stacks deck that is playing Curse Totem or a similar effect, those decks just eke out so much advantage
Yeah.
over other decks that it's not even funny.
Yeah, these mid-range decks seriously just accrue value under those effects, especially the good ones, the ones that are just really taking over right now. Thrasios X and Kinnan, as he said. So yeah, I'll say that the control decks are doing good. The tempo decks a little bit less so, and the stacks decks a little bit less so. It's mostly just pure mid-range and mid-range verging on control. Obviously, the pure control decks are also not doing exceptional. We haven't seen a lot of Tameshi or Talion, right, or Shorikai or Tivit, which feels more like a control verging mid-range than a mid-range verging control most of the time.
I mean, it's interesting to see that realistically, there's like 1 turbo deck in the format, and that's Rogsai.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only turbo decks, realistically, the only turbo deck that didn't need Jeweled Lotus.
Sure.
And Mana Crypt, that's just the nature of things. There aren't explosive turns, so why play for the 1 and 8 turn 1 or turn 2 win when you could just play an easier, better, more consistent game plan for
or a turn 4, turn 5 win.
Exactly. It just doesn't. The math doesn't make sense. They're gonna have to print something suitably broken that's only playable in like niche decks, or like they're gonna have to print something stupid again for us to get.
I mean, there's also the chance that Jeweled Lotus and or Mana Crypt does get unbanned moving forward when they finish their tier list or tier set or whatever you want to call it. I don't necessarily think that it's going to, but you never know.
You're right. As an aside, Gavin has said specifically that Jewel Lotus should never have been printed. It was a design mistake, and he wished he had never made it. And
Right.
now that someone else has taken the flack and the damage has already been done, I personally just can't see any world in which they, you know, they decide to rip off the scab after after it's already started healing, right?
Right.
Nature is healing. Let's just live with our new reality. So moving on to how Magda relates and responds to these meta trends. So the green-white stacks decks are less prevalent than they initially looked right after the bannings. So I would say that this is less relevant than it was about a month ago when I wrote.
Oof is a lot less common than you would think.
Oof is a lot less common than you would think. A lot of green decks are still wanting to jam. So Batter Golem is still good, but less. I mean, since most of us are off Null Rod, less necessary. And we can talk about that a little bit more later.
Well, we will talk about it when we go over some of the deck lists.
Right, exactly. Oh, hey, Mox.
But the most important thing is that in this mid-range hell, version 2, there are so many creatures on the board that connecting is very difficult.
Yes.
So without your vehicles, you very much need to be able to politic into swinging on top of just being able to politic to get 5 treasures. Like, it's not a good situation to be in, but it just is what it is.
Yeah. You just can't rely on open boards anymore. There's not many tempo control decks, not as many as there were, and there's not as many just turbo decks that just do not care about their board state ever.
So it's great when you're in a pod with 3 blue players, one of them's a Rog side, and you know you can attack them freely all game.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you really need that. You really need those cars, dude.
Sundering Eruption and Delayed Blast Fireball have never been better.
Sure.
Yeah. Sundering Eruption is in this meta, I would say nigh uncuttable. It's just really good. It's basically an extra vehicle on a land slot.
Delayed Blast Fireball is very, very strong, and
Yeah.
it's definitely because of this fact. But there's also a lot of other problems in the format that do need attention that doesn't really solve. So
Time has definitely been on the rise recently, and
Yeah.
Graveyard Hate is definitely something we should address if we haven't already.
We'll get to we're going to talk about Delayed Blast Fireball specifically in a little bit. You have a spot for that. Graveyard Hate is, we haven't considered cutting it. We're not going to talk about it overall. It's Overmuch rather, but because we think that having your Graph Digger's Cage is and your hearse is so important and uncuttable, and they are in the deck for a reason. So leave them in the deck.
Right, between Graph Digger's Cage and Torvor, we need those.
Well, Torpor is.
But go ahead.
Torpor is a less awesome than it used to be. It's more of a it's less of a absolute slam dunk card. It's more of an eat your veggies card, which is
right.
Which is unfortunate because before you were like, great, I can play the dockside with impunity, and now it's more like, okay, Thoracle doesn't win, and it's a reactive grab for that, which is just okay, I guess. It means you don't lose sometimes.
It shuts down a lot of the ETB effects from the white creatures that go and grab other creatures and all that.
That is
stuff.
true.
With the uptick of Time and the overall meta, it's gaining traction there because it shuts down the whole deck.
Right, and I get that, but the way I would look at it is, we've talked about the spokes of evaluating a stacks card, and I guess I'll talk about that here a little bit. I think whether does the card shut off value generation or development? Does it stop someone from winning the game? And does it stop your opponents from interacting meaningfully when someone else is winning the game? Are kind of the big 3 things that matter to me when I'm evaluating a stacks piece. And turning off incidental value, like turning off ranger captains, ETBs, right, or the recruiters, which are a little less. They're seeing a little less play because one of their primary targets is not ranger captain, but like their recruiters, for example. Um, but that just seems like more value to me and less. Okay, I'm stopping exactly Thoracle with this, and then everything else is just kind of gravy. But the break point is Thoracle, and that's a pretty meaty, like kind of a mediocre to okay um, spot. It's just like we don't have like a we're not using it to protect ourselves from a card that is in every deck that actively cannibalizes our game plan to win the game.
Are you talking about Torpor Orb?
Yeah,
What the fuck are you talking about? Bowmasters exist.
Bowmasters exist, but drawing cards is
Yeah, but Bowmaster primarily is used as a gotcha for when we go for something. People don't just play out Bowmaster and go, I hope to draw into cards. Or I
like,
hope my opponents draw into cards.
I don't know. It feels like
if,
I mean,
if there's already an
I feel
engine
like we
out,
can agree.
sure.
I
But
feel like we can agree card's good. It's defensible, and we could just move on.
Yeah, I think Torpor Orb is very strong. It shuts down enough win conditions. It shuts down enough decks. Like it stopping the Vigilant counters with Tyam is not negligible.
sure.
There's
And
Well, no, it
plenty
doesn't.
of
It doesn't. It doesn't shut the vigilance counter down.
specifically, they have.
They enter as right. They enter with a counter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just doesn't. It doesn't work that way. It stops the vigilance counters. It stops their recursion. Like time in general doesn't really draw cards. They just
Right, I get
cycle
that.
from their grave. And then the only out that they have against us is Boseiju and
It
Touch.
doesn't turn off the way vigilance counters. It does stop the other combos though. That's relevant. Enters with is different.
It is. It Yeah, it is a card that we have to worry about, whether it's majorly worry about it or not worry about it at all with Torpor Orb. But I mean, it is still a card that is being played, so we can't not talk about it. You know?
Right.
As I tend to do, I feel like I have derailed the conversation
No,
that
you're fine. You're fine,
Drew
dude.
was trying to have.
No, you're totally
Probably
fine.
just move
People
on.
disagreeing with my take on Torpor Orb, like me being around a 60% favorable on it, doesn't mean I'm not going to run it. It just means that if I'm looking at like cuts for future stacks pieces, that's probably where I'm looking at first.
Yeah, it's definitely on the list.
Right.
But yeah, what's the
I think
next
as long as we are currently not running things like forced card draw, then there's no way for us to really deal with Thoracle wins, and it's going to be stuck in the deck until it's out of the format, and that's not going to happen.
Right.
So,
Right.
And that's probably true. Like it's just the most efficient piece that we have for it that also gets this general value negation.
Yeah, Roth makes a pretty good point. He said, I don't know, I'm not big on Torpor Orb anymore. Doc said was the biggest reason why I ran it, but there's still a lot of other catch-all stuff that it's just good to have in play.
Right.
I'll add in a
I'm
comment.
very rarely tutoring for it, but I'll play it.
Yeah, I think one of the other nice things about Torpor Orb is it settles under one of those kind of gotcha stacks pieces where if our opponents aren't being as attentive as they need to be about what's on board, it's the kind of thing where with a tax piece, it's like, oh no, you got to pay, that much extra. But with things like, damping sphere, not damping sphere.
Torpor Orb.
No, it is damping sphere. And Torpor Orb, the tapping for mana, or they have an ETB that they were hoping to get value off. It's just the thing where people can misplay into it, and any opportunity
just
for people
an
to misplay.
incidental thing. Yeah,
That's true.
It's just good to have.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's very complicated in the board state with stacks pieces that you understand and are more aware of than your opponent is EV plus, right? But
yeah, it's like you're never gonna feel bad when you're casting it.
But
right?
also,
Yeah.
I don't like to count on my opponents making mistakes around cards that I'm playing because I'm also stupid and will make mistakes around cards I'm playing. So I don't like to count on it.
It counts towards Metalcraft. It's good.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Turns
Yeah.
unlocks opal.
All right.
No,
It's
no,
good.
no. I'm not trying to make the argument that we should count on our opponents making mistakes. I do think
No,
though
no,
that
Cubby, it does
having
not
things
stop
where
value.
you can
Go ahead. Sorry.
where you make your opponent's lives more difficult while you kind of have it, like you were saying, Drew, where it's not as much of an issue for you. I'm always happy to do that.
Right.
I want my opponents to be thinking harder while I'm, not having
Exactly.
Right.
to.
It's like,
Well, if you're playing,
yeah,
I feel
ahead,
like if you're
sorry.
playing the tempo version of the deck, you're already thinking the hardest out of anyone at the table because you have to play a control game plan while not having any fucking card draw, and that is the hardest. That is as hard as playing just stacks, hard stacks, in my opinion, because you're constantly heads up on the you're having to play constantly heads up on the on when to use interaction, and you have to be very very disciplined because you do not get any more interaction.
yeah, I had a conversation with an opponent yesterday during a game where they were like, "Man, I really want to cast this LED, but I can't because you have Vexing Bubble." And I was like, "No, you can cast it. By all means, you can cast the LED, but go ahead." You know what I mean? And like he wouldn't do it, but it's like we play mono red. We need to give our opponents every out we possibly can to fuck up.
Back when I played Pithing Needle, I absolutely named Mana Vault or Mana Crypt every single time, and it didn't matter. I got at least one person every single time I did it, and even though
Hell
that's
yeah.
not how that card works, they just say, "Damn, I'm shut off." Like I just blood mooned
Sure.
them, and it's great.
I'm not gonna correct you.
Nope.
It's like sure, but all right. What's the
all right.
next point here?
Yeah. So, the blind obedience fear is a little bit overblown here.
Yeah.
It's still prevalent.
It's prevalent, but the fact is that the mid range verging on control decks are less prevalent than the pure mid range lists.
Uh-huh.
Which just means they're using it less. Or we're not seeing it as it's not as omnipresent as we would have thought it was.
I would say right when things swapped over, like after the bans, there
Yeah.
were more people running blind obedience than there are now.
Right.
But there certainly are decks that still rely on it as a win condition.
Yeah, that's why
I like blind obedience in play for me, honestly.
Actually-
Like it makes people not look at you. It's like, oh yeah, I can't win. There's a blind obedience in play.
Yeah,
And
actually,
you just go get battered golem and sculpting steel and you win.
I feel like I see blind obedience a little bit more as a win con, additional win con card in certain decks, more so than just a generic stacks piece. If they can use it for both, it's good for them. So the Manglehorn is lower, but not like unseen at this point. So like it's relevant. It's another reason you have Barry and burn spells. Yeah, you're gonna see less artifact hate. People are gonna be more comfortable playing permanent artifacts, playing the 2-mana rocks, just mid-ranging out, right? It's just gonna be people are gonna be very comfortable doing so, as they should, honestly, because no one can cannibalize it except for us because we run cards like Cavern Horde Dragon, and we'll talk about that.
Oh, it's so good.
So that's just more going into the fact that we have just so much blue-green. It's just everywhere.
Blue-green X decks.
So that's actually something we wanted to talk about. Is God Pharaoh statue has been like an incredible card for so long because people have just been popping off and trying to win the game, and with a 2-mana tax, practically none of the win cons work through it except for Thoracle, and that was still 5 or 6 mana, and that's good. But the fact is, Thrasios X decks and Kinnan decks, it's a lot like the what was the card we were talking about earlier that Rule of Law. It's kind of like dropping a Rule of Law on the table. People get 1 spell per turn, and Thrasios gets 2 turns, two flips, and then Kinnan gets a flip per turn, right? And he's just gonna win that game every day of the week. He's gonna get something like Kogla or Thorn Mammoth, and then just start removing your stuff. They're gonna get 1 spell and then a flip or something like that. And the thing is that God Pharaoh statue just does not hurt the blue green X mid range decks nearly enough for it to be a brick in your hand, or to only shut down, possibly less than half the table. Does it make sense?
And it's really good at stopping decks like Rogsai, etc. But how often are you getting 2/5 treasures early enough to stop the Rogsai unless they've already been stopped by other players? So you're doubling down on stopping a deck that has been stopped, which is fine.
Yep.
You're taking them out of the game and only making it so that they can interact to prevent other people from winning, forcing them to play to a draw in a lot of cases, unless they have like Chain of Vapor or something, right? To get rid of it.
Yeah.
But realistically, because of the way that the meta is currently shifting, if you have too much Thrasios, too much Kinnan, too much activated abilities like Sisay, etc., they get around the negative aspect of God Pharaoh statue very easily. And Sisay is on the rise again. There are a couple pilots that have been doing well, like Talaria East. But as time goes on, God Pharaoh statue being that backbreaking piece that it once was may not be the case in a meta that's full with activated abilities that accrue value.
So another thing I wanted to go ahead.
Basically, in general, as a Magda pilot, especially if you've been on the deck for a long period of time, your brain kind of defaults to I go get God Pharaohs because it's been backbreaking for such a long period of time. It's generally not anymore. I mean, there are situations where the pod it's going to do that, but like having to like just pausing and thinking, especially with the lines that we have now of like if you're on Gadrak and you have Gadrak in hand, go in to get Portal main phase instead of instant speeding your Magda activation to recoup those treasures, things of that nature are just better. So like God Pharaoh's statue is no longer just the default first piece you get, and you just need to time it better and get really really good at pod identification, because you don't want to king make a Thras player.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, I invited you to speak. I saw you throwing your hand up. So, something.
Yeah, that is the most important part. Sorry to cut you off again, Drew, but
You're good.
The most important part is that like our first activation highly depends on what variant of the deck that you're playing and what is already out on the table. If you're on a stacks deck and you already have stacks out, then realistically, sure, like you can play your God Pharaoh statue as your first thing because now the table really has to fight through it, even the Thrasios X deck, right? And God Pharaoh statue being that first thing that you get otherwise is almost never. It's going to end up being that early portal because portal deals with the board state to get you to be able to attack again. It accrues you value by getting creatures that your opponents had on board onto your own board, or refilling your board state with dwarves after they've been killed by a bowmaster or something. Like, it's a very powerful card. And outside of that, it's just you're holding up interaction to try to stop a win, and if it doesn't happen, you're mostly going and getting roaming throne or something very specific.
Yeah, and I want to go back to my the 3 points of stacks assessment. Does it stop development? Yes. Does it stop winning the game? Yes. Does it king make by either letting someone go under it, or more importantly stop people from playing free interaction, which is something that we don't have and they do, and basically making it a 1v1 in a way
Right.
that is very unfavored for us. And God Pharaohs is that card right now. It's very much the Blood Moon when there is a lot of Docksides in the meta, or there's a big run of Malcolm Kedis, right?
I mean, Blood Moon in combination with God Pharaoh statue is still a very strong combination.
Right. It's
So
horrific.
like, it's not a bad card at all, We're just
Right.
saying that like it's something that needs to be evaluated based on the meta, and currently it may be worth finding something else in its spot
Right.
that has more consistent effects that doesn't just let it die in your hand.
Right. And that what we how do you spell disruptor? Is it OR?
Yes.
Why? Oh, yeah. No, I spelled it right. Oh, I'm just bad at spelling. Dyslexia is hard when you write, friends. Um, so the card we were considering for this space is Disruptor Flute because it stops the things we need to stop in a more accessible, not dead in hand, and reactive sense because you get to hold up the mana for a burn spell or a Disruptor Flute if you're worried about someone popping off with one of these value generators or win cons like it still does the same thing. It says your lion's eye diamond doesn't do anything. Your food chain doesn't do anything. Your
Well, your food chain doesn't do anything because squee costs 3 more mana.
right.
That's
Well,
very important.
the same thing is in GPS. You would end up paying what 5 mana for squee and get 3.
Yeah.
Right. So you wouldn't.
Well, you'd get 4,
four
so you'd net what
net
you
minus
wouldn't
1.
net any mana.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
net
you'd
minus
net
1
minus
for
1.
GPS, but in this case, it does the same thing for 4 less mana because, unfortunately, ubiquitous stacks has to be really ubiquitous, right? And not just accidentally, or sometimes ubiquitous, sometimes king making, right? And this one rarely does that because it is a play at will whenever you need it in response to some combo or some setup for a activation of Sisay, Kitten, Thrasios. Um, so yeah, we're. I mean, there are reasons to run both, but we also like more burn spells. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Um,
Elspeth wanted to know, like, would you suggest cutting God Pharaoh statue for Disruptor Flute, or would you play both?
my current build, and I think Show's current build is the same. We're both doing that test right now.
Yeah, I'm on both Disruptor Flute and GPS at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm also on Winter Moon, but
I went back through the.
I think it's good to have
We'll
both.
get to that later.
Yeah, I really feel like you want to have access to both if possible. Just for the pivot, you know what I mean? They're both good on their own merits, but I don't think I definitely don't think it's a 1-for-1 cut. At least not right now.
It's very possible.
It is spicy though. It
Yeah,
is spicy.
Cutting Godfair statue is that's one of it's one of those like long time uncuttables, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it does have the added benefit of just like, I mean, you're always going to be able to cast Disruptor Flute,
Right.
right? And there is something to be said for only like going down on the air quotes non-castables in our hand, because I mean, realistically, you're never hard casting Godfarers unless you're on like Workshop, you know.
I mean,
but
not
it's-
never, but it's not it's a mid.
It feels bad,
It's
bro.
harder.
Yeah, it feels
And people are gonna counter it if they can.
Yeah,
So like
it is a must counter.
The other
And
thing
that,
is
that
that
bleeds interaction.
I had a conversation with Rust about this the other night, and he's like, being honest, I've thought about cutting Godfarrow statue for like more than half a year because it wasn't doing exactly what I wanted to.
Right, with Dockside out of the meta, I mean, yeah.
All right, so we have a little bit of a fun walk down memory lane here that I wanted to talk about because I think for a lot of new pilots, understanding how the deck has like Magda's a wonderful deck in that it hits like speed bumps either through new cards being explained or being released or cards getting banned or decks like taking over the meta and forcing us to make adjustments. Magda has a lot of especially over the last year and a half has had a lot of growth through hitting a wall where a card gets released and we all have to decide what to do with our decks in response to it, either whether it's our card or another card in the format, and we go wide and then quickly hone in on something pretty ubiquitous. And the deck has gotten up until the bannings had been getting closer and closer together. I think people's divergent lists because a lot of cards have.
At least as far as win conditions go.
Win conditions especially, right? Win conditions and I guess like the cards you're using to make infinite mana, right? Or get to your infinite treasures.
Yep.
Your outlets have your outlets got a lot cleaner and your treasure generation mechanism has gotten cleaner and requiring fewer cards, or more obviously the same cards in most lists. So Barkform is the most recent example. And for a long time, and those of you that haven't been around for have been around for less than 6 months, you will not know this period of do we run Elixir of Immortality? Do we run Apple? Do we run Welder? Do we run Engineer? Do we run all 4 of those? Do we run only 3? How do we make sure we can get to infinite treasures, right? And then win the game.
The lack of 5-hour-long debates is sad, but it's better overall.
I mean,
The total amount of debates, the total amount of debates that we had on that were extraneous.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to fill a Saturday afternoon, you just hop in the Magda Discord.
And we'll be talking about Apple. I mean, and it's because Rust is so
Yeah,
good at the
I
game.
feel like it was months.
What was that?
I said I felt like it was months. It was
Yeah.
I think we did like 2 months of Saturday just talking about those cards specifically.
Yeah, I mean, because it was a really really hard decision, and honestly, just a decision between trying to determine whether you cared about card quality or whether you cared about cutting quote unquote bad dead cards out of the combo for better like overall card value, and that
Go ahead, sorry.
you're fine.
I said the amount of debates we had about the different talking points of Dwarf Day regarding those cards.
Yeah.
Like there was this at every point it was an argument.
Go look at the old Dwarf days. Like you'll see like entire sections just talking about those cards, and those conversations are so obsolete. Like it's almost easy to forget how diverse that section of the deck was for a long period of time.
Shout out to the Dwarf and R&D.
Yeah, right. The shout out to the Dwarf and R&D. Yeah. It's really funny.
Shout out the show for making the compendium during that time.
Right.
Yeah.
Was Barkform?
Because that was a mess, and I don't know how he did it.
Yeah, no. The show had to redo a lot of stuff. God.
I had to redo the whole thing after Barkform came out.
Yep.
Well, I had to redo the whole thing after the bans, in addition to Barkform coming out,
right.
Because it just changed way too much.
So Barkform, effectively, it is a safer Elixir of Immortality. It is also a robot dwarf. It doesn't win through. It is not searchable through Grafdigger's Cage, unlike Elixir was. But it is such a safer card to loop cards with that it's not even funny. And that has given us 2 to 3. So that gave us 2 to 3 slots altogether because people that were thinking about Welder were just like, nah, I don't need Welder anymore. For that reason, and the same thing with Elixir and Apple, and they were just like, well, I don't need those 3 cards. I'll just stick with Engineer for as long as Dockside and Cursed Mirror are good, and 3-ball. And lo and behold, that changed too, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
So the Cubbies, the thing about Grafdigger's Cage is that if you're making infinite treasures through Grafdigger's Cage, it's usually going to come because you're using Mirror of the Forebears. And once you have infinite tapped treasures, you can activate Magda 7,000 times holding priority, and then go get Spine or draw your deck to the point where you can remove it yourself. Because most people are still on, or should be on, Treasure Vault and Great Furnace.
Yep.
So you can get the 2 mana that you need to blow up your own thing regardless.
Yep.
Like, sure. I mean, if you prefer not drawing at all and you want to sacrifice a slot to accomplish that, that's fine. But, like, there's no need for it in a realistic sense.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Nothing requires. Oh, you know what? I'll take your bet. Let's hit us. What you got, buddy? Where's he at? I invited him up here.
I'm just gonna scat here. So the Egyptian people believe that the most important thing you could do in your life is die.
Okay.
We're just trying to fill some dead air here.
There we go. Okay. All right. Sorry.
There we go.
I got it.
So
Okay.
go for it, buddy.
So the problem I find is that everybody is able to run graph diggers really easily in their decks. So and I think Spine is just it's not a card that we're putting in our deck. It's just not something that we can feasibly put in and be happy with.
We don't have to be happy with
if we're especially no, but we can easily cut it as well. So I guess if we're worried about our own graph diggers cage, Legion Extruder is definitely something that you can use to cut it. But I think in general, having to run a bad card so that we can stop our own stacks piece so that we can win the game does not sound like a game plan I want to do.
I'll say that we run a redundant pair of cards that help us win through Graph's Cage. And then at that point, you can run literally, are we on Plundering Barbarian right now?
Yep.
You can, once you've made infinite treasures that way, you found a way to make infinite treasures through either by removing it or by making infinite tapped and then going and getting enough to draw your deck and then just abrading it yourself, or pulling out getting Maskwood and then getting you don't even have to draw. You don't have to draw to do this. You can just make infinite tapped and then go grab what's her face professional facebreaker after you get Maskwood and then just abrade your own stuff. That doesn't require drawing. And you can.
It doesn't work through Graph Digger's Cage. You just mentioned the creature.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, you don't. Oh yeah, you're right.
So you do have to draw. You
Yeah,
have to loop.
yeah, you have to loop.
You have to loop specifically with, the One Ring.
Mm-hmm.
So you would One Ring, tutor out, artifact, to untap it, repeat the process, and then, like I said, you still have access to Treasure Vault and
Why do we have to draw with
because you need a way to remove it.
Right.
His argument is that he doesn't want to run Spine of Ish Sha.
The thing is, all of this is speaking about now, like adding 3 or 4 cards, or
we're not adding.
Changing our line.
We're not adding anything.
I mean,
okay.
Okay. Sure.
What exactly are the cards you have a problem with, and what is your argument? I saw a bird.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
My argument is that running something that is not Spine of Ish Sha, is not a problem because of Spine of Ish Sha, is far easier for us because we are quite a lean deck. We're talking about cutting our most important stacks pieces because they're uncastable. And Spine of Ish Sha is one of those ones that's just
I mean, sure. Okay, so if you're not running Spine, what is your proposal?
You run Elixir.
Just keep Elixir in, one card.
Okay, so if you're cutting Spine for Elixir, what does it accomplish in your opinion? What does it make the deck do better?
It gets us through a really, really tough late game board state where everybody just is threatening either cloning or creating a new Orcish Bowmaster, and then having to play a removal piece, or people. The problem with having to cast spells to win is, again, it can just be counted. So
right.
So having to draw cards to then cast spells, all because we decided that we're cutting one card.
What win line are you referring to where we have to cast spells?
So Drew was basically saying that if we have Graph Diggers on the field, or an opponent has Graph Diggers,
sure,
that
you get to infinite tap treasures.
Okay to have Barkform, because we can just draw to Barkform instead of having to.
Well, you would just
tutor it.
No.
you would just tutor Barkform, and like
No,
in this
none under
scenario,
graphs, none under graphs, none under graphs. That's the problem.
Under
So,
graphs,
what-
he's specifically saying that you can remove Graph Digger's Cage. So, like, the problem that you're saying exists is
Doesn't.
that it doesn't exist because, sure, while Spine in hand is terrible, right? It solves so many more board state problems than you can possibly solve with Elixir. There have been, in the past year alone, at least 15 tournament games that I've played that Spine was the only thing that would dig me out.
Because keep
Right, and
I will
as far as going for a win, you shouldn't be casting any spells there anyway. Like if you're gonna depending on what you're trying to do, like assuming One Ring Protection is not a thing in this particular turn, you just with you just get Twin Shot Sniper. You either tutor it or you tutor it or you draw it and you channel it and then you just win.
May I chip in
So
here?
that-
I was
You don't
I
need
was
to
going to also say that some lists are still in grinding station, and that's an easy way to win underneath a Graph Digger's Cage, in my opinion.
Yes, that is also
Right.
technically an option.
It is a win.
I've got a little input here.
Go for it, guy.
I think that Spine actually offers an interesting politics play too, though, because while most of our interaction pieces are stacks that will remove, play pattern options, Spine is one of the few options where if there's a problem piece on board, you can actually politically say, okay, I have unconditional removal to get rid of this issue. And that is potentially going to just lead to a draw instead of a win, but I will 100% take a draw over a loss if I have that option in my deck.
It's a great way to force a draw. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
And tournament play, a draw like if we're talking strictly tournament here, like a draw is worth more than a loss, and being able to go, I can go get Spine and like force a draw here, because if you can't win, that guy's gonna untap and win, and we just need to draw. Spine is truly uncuttable in my opinion, just because it's so versatile. It is more often than not in any situation that you could potentially come up with here a way to get out.
It's also one of the easiest ways for you to say, I'm going to go and hold up interaction to stop something, because you can just be like, I have Spine that stops 80% of things, and then I have the ability to go get Torpor Orb specifically for this, and the only person that's going to fight you most of the time is the person that doesn't want a God Pharaoh statue preemptively in play, or the person that is specifically going to try to win on their next turn.
It's a great politicking tool, and it turns on Metalcraft. So.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what I'll say is someone who is not like 100% uncuttable kind of card. I think it is based specific. So I have less tournament play than Sho does, and Sho has a lot relative to most people. So I trust him when he tells me that in the games where it matters, it was the only thing that could have mattered, and that is important enough to where it justifies its own position in the deck. I'll also say there are interaction points with Elixir where you can't use it. You have to have infinite untapped before it is a. People can interact with your graveyard in response to its activation in a way that
it shuffles as part of the resolution. Yeah.
Right. So the thing with Barkform is because it activates as an ability that can be activated again on top of the interaction with infinite mana. It means it's safe. It's so perfectly safe that that it is Elixir doesn't do enough to blank those situations, and especially in decks that are going to be running way more. What's the green shuffle?
Endurance.
Endurance. Thank you. So Endurance is going to be making a big comeback relative to where it was, 6 months ago. So I think for those reasons alone, you have to just value that there is more things in a tournament that you're going to have to just have an answer for and have a perfect answer for. and Barkform is maybe not a strictly better card than Elixir. It is a side grade that is better enough in the current in its positioning and cutting enough cards to where Elixir isn't worth running anymore.
And you know what Elixir doesn't do when it's in our graveyard or in our library?
Be an artifact dwarf.
It doesn't count towards
Destroy
Metalcraft.
something.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
knew it, Mox.
It does not count towards Metalcraft.
Oh my god.
So
Moving on.
the last thing I sort of want to
Sure.
say to this is basically that I have never really had the opportunity where my opponents are just like, do you know what? Magda sitting on potential 5 treasures is okay with me. I will continue playing my game plan as if the deck did not exist.
I agree with you.
Sure.
Which is
Like-
sort of, I think, the problem with Spine, is it's like,
It's the problem with the deck at all currently, is that no one wants you to get to 5, period. But once you're at 5, you need to be able to politic to the point where you're just like, I have something that can potentially stop the game from ending.
Yeah, the first step to winning with Magda is convincing the fucking table that you won't win when you get to 5 treasures and making them believe you.
Because like, unless you're
actually let them understand, get them to understand that you need like more pieces. It's impossible.
yes, but no matter what, as you can say I need to get to 10 treasures so that I can get my artifact dwarf and this, or so that I can do this and this and this. Everyone always assumes that you are sandbagging an artifact dwarf, no matter what. You can show them their hand and they'll say, you're gonna draw the artifact dwarf next turn because you run XYZ. I just don't believe that the risk is worth the take.
It's just the nature of on-board threat that opponents can't get their brain around the fact that there's higher card quality and higher density of wins in every 4 color deck's hand at any given point. They just can't see it, right? They respect the fear that they fear the thing they know rather than the thing they don't know, which is wild to me.
If I had $1 for every time I had to openly reveal my hand in a tournament to walk people through, like, look, here's here's my next 3 plays, like here's my D SWAT, here's my whatever, like I am a mono red deck. I need you to help me help you.
Yeah.
Right. If I had $1 for every time I had to do that, I wouldn't have a lot of money, but I could probably buy a new pack of Dragon Shields. Right. And that's something.
It's too much.
Right. Like you just like there a lot of times I win games by being like the second player to not die. You know what I mean? I'm like, like fine. Like if I can get you down to a 1-on-1 game and we're on like turn 6, fuck it. I'm probably gonna win. Yep. I won a game the other day by hard casting Portal when a Kinnan player had double Void Winnower in play.
Jesus Christ.
Right. He one of them was a Metamorph. He had to sack the Metamorph. On my upkeep, I got it back, got another Portal. Like, and I won that game. But I did it because I was like, look, I can't win. I showed my hand. I was like, look, there's nothing I can do here, Kinnan. Like, help me help you take out the Rogthras player or whatever. And he did, and I won that game. Like, sometimes you just gotta play team group hug mono red deck, and eventually you win. But you gotta be able to politic. And don't be afraid to show your hand and be like, look, I'm not trying to win right now. I'm gonna wait till you 3 fucks stop each other from winning, and I'm just over here playing a dwarf every turn. And it works.
To Drew's point earlier, going back to the whole like the importance of being able to use Barkform over and over and over again versus the situation that we're specifically talking about with Grafdigger's Cage, is that while we can tutor out more things to untap our actual like elixir, if there's more than one piece of removal, it's still, or more than one piece of interaction, it's still going to stop the win.
And you can't really untap elixir, like it sacrifices as part of the cost. So as soon as you activate it, it's gone.
No, you can. The trigger has to go off.
I thought it was 2 tap sack. Specifically, like you tap it, you sack it. It's part of putting the activation on the stack. It's in your graveyard. You have to sacrifice it as part of the cost of putting the activation on the stack. There is no chance for you to respond to untap it.
It's shuffle Elixir of Immortality. It's not sacrifice.
Oh,
That's
weird.
why.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. That's on
But
me.
yes, so if you get to that point, you still have the same amount of interaction points that you would if you were going for some other way to get rid of the thing, whether
Sure,
it's a
it's just more
counterspell
efficient
or
to do
not.
Barkform.
So like it then comes down to like, do I want the ability to politic? Do I want the things that Spine digs me out of, or do I want Elixir because it makes me feel safe?
Makes you feel good.
And like,
Is there perhaps?
I felt the exact same way in the past, right? And then there came a point where something in my head just clicked and was like, okay, if I have 2,000 activations, there's not much that they can do to stop me from winning the game regardless if I have enough tools. Because I can Spine of Ish Sha, and then I can copy Spine of Ish Sha, and then I can do XYZ. Like, there's enough things that I can do that just gets me out of the situation I need to be after I've made my infinite tap treasures.
Right.
Because once I get to those infinite tap treasures, there's nothing my opponents can do realistically to stop me from winning. Especially if you have God Pharaoh statue in your deck still, because you play God Pharaoh statue, and then you go through the process of drawing your deck to get the thing to cast the thing, because they no longer have free interaction.
It's the definition of diminishing returns. Like it's unnecessary. It's less efficient than Barkform. Like,
Could we maybe make a new post on Spine, just in the card discussion, and just like discuss what specifically it's good for? I think, because that might be what is sort of stopping my opinion on it right now. Is like, I can't see a world where I would need it, but that's also, I'm not getting in a ton of games anymore.
Right.
So I think by being able to discuss that, there's far more opportunity for like opinions on this topic to be actually realized. I think, because a lot of the time we're saying, okay, Spine gets rid of.
Well, what I'm also saying is that if you're on God Pharaoh statue and you're not on Spine of Ish Sha, you can still do the other line where you're drawing your deck, and unless there is specifically a bowmaster or multiple bowmasters on the field to stop you from winning, then you're fine, right? But if it's that one particular board state, you're not gonna get there pretty much no matter what. Like, even if you have your, elixir, and then in response to your elixir, they flash in a bowmaster, like, you're still dead. Like, your combo stopped.
Yep. All right. So,
anyway,
Cubbies, I'm going to throw you back down into the audience. Good talking to you. Thank you for the insight.
Me out.
Yeah, of course.
That's the whole point of this community, is to let everyone talk about what they think, what they're playing, why they are making the decisions that they're making, etc.
Yep. I always want to know
a
better way
They let my maniacal ass up here. I mean,
hey Nick, you in here? Where you at? I don't see. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, get up here.
He's going to talk about how the deck sucks, man.
What's up, guys?
Is that wait, what's your, is it Rogthras or
no, he's
TNT?
on Curious.
No.
He's
Curious
on Vile
control,
Smasher.
but the pick is just like a meme.
Okay. Our turn.
Traitor.
Yeah, I got you.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a traitor. I'm just taking a break.
No, everyone gotta have breaks, man. I built Kona in the background.
Thick mono green dog. That one.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
I can't say anything. I took like 6 months off to play
there you
Sisse
go.
whenever it was good.
No, I got you.
But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I was just gonna say that I always want to know a better way to swing an axe, pickaxe, axe, mine the mine, make the treasures, all that good stuff. I always want to know everyone's ideas. So, because we're not the God Kings. we don't know everything, and we don't even know most everything, and people are gonna have great perspectives. So let's talk about post dockside, like life post dockside. It's like AD after dockside. That's where we're at. We are in year one. Year one.
one AD.
Yeah, year one AD exactly. So a lot of these things are going to come as fairly obvious to a lot of the initiated folks, but some people are going to not realize the knock-on effects of dockside being gone. If dockside is gone, Cursed Mirror gets a lot worse. If Cursed Mirror isn't good enough anymore, Goblin Engineer it got a lot worse. If dockside is gone, Molten Duplication got a lot worse, right?
And also, not just Goblin Engineer, but Goblin Welder as well.
Goblin Welder was worse than Goblin Engineer to begin with.
But there still are some people in chat saying they're playing Goblin Welder, so I wanted to be very specific about it.
That's true. Goblin Welder does have specific upside, and depending on the stacks pieces you're playing, Goblin Engineer can be useful. It's just not having the win button really reduces the overall efficacy of these cards, and the ceiling has lowered considerably, the floor has lowered a little bit, and the median has gone down. Like it's just shifted down. All these cards not nearly as good, and in a pretty objective manner, they can be used effectively. They're more mediocre than they were, and I don't know that there's much to say other than like dockside justified these cards.
Right. And also, a lot of people aren't playing Dualcaster Mage as much, so Molten Duplication is not like a accidental win con.
Right. Yeah. So and we'll talk about cards that the reason we're not on Dualcaster is because Green Tutors got worse because people are not running dockside. So not having a win button makes those cards a little more middling to good, not gangbusters. I win the game in response to someone else's attempt to win the game, right?
And also, like people playing Invasion of Ikoria and stuff, you can't fork that. You have to use Return the Favor to copy the ETB trigger. So, like, if they're on Neoform or if they're on Eldritch Evolution, etc., if you don't have a creature on the board already, like it's gonna suck.
But you can fork those, can't you?
You can fork them and you don't have to stack. But if you don't go and grab, if it's not going to go and get a 4-drop, then you're not going to have a good time.
Right, and those are more prevalent, right?
Yeah.
Hey guy,
I mean, a lot of times they are going and grabbing Seedborn Views with that stuff. But like Court of Calling and stuff like that. So it's still good to fork those. But some of them just are not as strong for us anymore.
What you got, guy?
I was just going to say, to be fair, if it's an Eldritch Evolution and you're slamming a dual caster, you just sack the dual caster and you grab Roving Throne.
We don't have to sack, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we don't have to sack.
They already paid the additional cost. You're putting the card in the stack.
Oh, is that not one of the ones where it's part of the resolution?
Nope.
Correct.
Nope, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it's good. It's good most of the time. It's just not good for us in that specific case.
Yeah.
So, I mean, honestly, the dual caster package all together, like all of the shimmer effects, all of the shimmer and twin flame, they're just not nearly as good because the best target's gone. And for that reason, Null Rod is also gone from a lot of lists because ultimately you don't have to play scared. Take out Null Rod, embrace the Academy manufacturer liberation.
So good.
Artifact proliferation will set you free, friends.
Yeah, Null Rod was like the first card I cut.
Yeah, because no dockside makes it so that like it's not a piece that you're using to stop combos, and also it was mostly to let them get enough treasures so that you could go make a copy of someone else's dockside with Cursed Mirror that is no longer in the deck for a lot of us. So like all the play patterns that made stuff like Null Rod and Orb of Dreams strong, specifically, were not as strong moving forward.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Orb of Dreams.
Yeah.
It was
There's
good while it
still-
lasted,
There's
boys.
still reason to play Orb of Dreams, but in a meta where Thrasios is untapping every turn,
doesn't
it's
really
not.
matter.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's just like, can I show you a Seedborn? Uh, yes, that's
It's
not
like
good.
if we could shut off other opponents' creature activations, that'd be great. But
we
there's
can.
not.
It's called Disruptor Flute. You should play it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
real
yeah,
good.
yeah. I get that, but all of them is more of what I was saying. 'cause
Okay,
there's
we need a one-sided
ton.
curse totem. Is what you're telling me. We need a mono.
No,
we
no,
need a-
no, no. Yeah, yeah.
Well, if there's multiples of the same creature on the board, I mean, you get 3 cannon players, you can shut down all the seed.
There you go.
You're not wrong. You're
Yeah.
not wrong.
And given the top 4s and top 16s of the last like 5 tournaments, that's very likely. It's very likely to just be like, you're not going to get to activate your Thrasios in Ganon or in TNT, right? So yeah, I mean, Orb of Dreams for the same reason. It's just not there anymore. You don't need to play scared. You don't, and it's not like stopping development and win cons. It's just gonna stopping development, and that's not necessarily good enough to be under an asymmetrical or a fully symmetrical stacks piece that we can play under, but it's like really painful.
Why don't we just play? Why don't we just play on Winding Clock and Orb?
Ew.
No thanks.
No, I'm good. Unwinding Clock
Yep.
was one of those like Rust fever dreams that he
Yeah.
played
That's
for like
fair.
3 weeks.
That's fair. What about Chroma's Memorial? Can we talk about that at the end of this? I think it's real good.
What is that? The one that gives everything indestructible?
Indestructible, First Strike, Lifelink, Vigilance, Flying.
I don't like vigilance because if I'm attacking, I just want to go ahead and tap him anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they're like, oh, Bowmasters, and we're like, gotcha, bitch.
I guess.
Well, I don't think we're playing to say gotcha though.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather just win the game.
Look,
Oh, is it
I feel like
indestructible?
that's
Then I
gonna be
don't
my
care.
Bogart and Hellkite. It's gonna be my pet card. If it's put it in the deck, it'll be fine.
Hey, I think Bogarden's better than Chroma's Memorial. All right. So, fork spells. Those are like we've already talked about that. It's basically the green tutors are not. They're good, but their floor is their ceiling's just a lot lower, which is just. I'd rather stop my opponents from developing rather than try to like piggyback off their development for like a much worse target in my deck, and
Yeah,
not
they're
necessarily
much
be able
more
to win right off of that.
mid-rangey now.
What were you saying, Nick?
I was just saying they're much more mid-rangey now. The green tutor spells,
Right.
It's just not normally as good unless it's like exactly finale or like quarter calling where it puts it directly into play.
Yeah.
They're just not as good in general.
Yep.
Eldamri's Call, Worldly Tutor, all those kind of took a hit.
Yep. So, let's talk about newer cards that we might be looking to play. Curse Totem hasn't come up as much as I would have expected after the hit, and they probably should. The blue black X deck should be just like main decking that stuff like crazy, and most of them are. I think Tally and pretty much every version of Yuriko is on it, but unfortunately, a lot of like blue-white X commanders have an actual activated ability like Shorkai. It's a control deck, but they can't run Curse Totem. So cards like Siege and Untimely Malfunction have like found some. They just punch above their weight. They're just so good. They're just.
I'm on both, and they're fucking great.
They're gonna keep printing good modal spells, and we're gonna keep just like fucking windmill slamming them. And that's just is what it is. Yeah, no, it's just I got to meet the artist for Jarrell Threat over at Imaginative Realism. Nice guy. But yeah, no, it's a good card. It's just a fantastic card. It like neither of those cards like it's what's better about these modal spells is we're starting to get red modal spells that have either 2 great options or 3 like equally good options, if that makes sense. Or 3 like never, like you're never like, oh, why would you have that on the card? Like we're not getting Fury Charms anymore, right? And that's like phenomenal.
Hey, you put some respect on Fury Charm. That has its uses.
I own it. I own one. I bought it early when I was like, I love me some modal spells, but that's a doo-doo one.
You're not wrong. We're gonna get like a Chandra's command that's like 1 red has 4 modes. One of them is make a treasure. It's gonna be so good.
Chandra makes mana not
like
treasure.
choose two.
It'd have to be someone else, but yes. What's up, guy?
Not to push things off topic, but this is kind of just a general Magic the Gathering question.
What's up?
Do y'all feel like these modal spells are better for Magic design or worse? Because I'm kind of split. I feel on one hand, you got simpler options to choose from, so newer players might have an easier time kind of deciphering them. But it's also decision paralysis hell. So I don't know.
Unpopular opinion. I don't give a fuck about new players. I want cards designed for like. I want Magic to be as complicated as possible because like it just scratches that autistic part of my brain. But I think versatility. I think versatility on cards, right, is a good thing. Like mana, like Magic is a game that like Magic is one of the only games that like potentially suffers from like resource denial as just part of the game, meaning that like in Yu-Gi-Oh, there's no such thing as mana screw. Hearthstone, no mana screw. Pokemon, kind of, but no mana screw generally, right? Like Magic is one of the only truly popular games where you're like, this is a great matchup for me, and I do like a perfect fucking hand, and it's amazing, and I didn't draw lands for 4 turns, and I died.
Yep.
Right, and modal spells, cards that do things in different situations, such as, doing stuff in the early game and doing stuff in the late game, can kind of help you kind of balance out that curve.
So, and this is very off topic, but I think it's a very interesting conversation. So I'm gonna add my 2 cents in. I think Mark Rosewater is a very intelligent human being, and I think he's very, very capable of knowing when he made a mistake, and he acknowledges the New World Order circa Zendikar, and make draft simple, and make sure that people can onboard the draft in a very simple sense. And if 2/3 of the set is just draft chaff, that's okay because it was simple and accessible to new players. They killed that about a decade ago, the New World Order, and they absolutely. Like Magic has seen a meteoric growth, and people have not really found draft too complicated, and fewer cards per set are finding themselves in the bulk bin in all formats, right? Like good commons exist again. Like Pauper is an exciting place, and that's a good thing for all formats because choice in reducing the creating less redundancy in deck building and allowing for more options in general, or the requiring redundancy, I guess, because you have more options per card, means that the deck building complexity grows, which means the skill expression in deck building grows, which means the skill expression in playing those cards will likely grow. So I personally think it's a great thing. Also, I like when my commons can be played in CDH.
I can get behind that.
So the interaction is just for the people that are on the tempo. I'm gonna say mid-rangey tempo game plan. Like interaction just up. You're up four or so, right? And untimely and siege smash are just one of them, or 2 of them at least. We have been talking about board wipes as it pertains to managing the green-blue decks and the Simic Plus decks. And the problem we found with cards like Delayed Blast Fireball is while it's fun to kill the thing we want to kill and then kill a couple of other things, and we're like, great, this Kinnon's out of the game. What if you've just put that Kinnon out of the game and you didn't necessarily want to put him out of the game? You just wanted to kill his Seedborn Muse. And that's where the decision between running like high value single target spells like Ghostfire Slice?
Yep, or pyrokinesis.
Or pyrokinesis, right. cards that like really make sure you kill the thing, right, are good at are good at managing the specific threat every single time, whereas Delayed Blast Fireball is just more of a value piece in speed bumping or potentially taking a player out of the game, but doesn't necessarily answer the effect that you need it to answer, or the creature that you need it to answer, and that's a problem, and honestly a choice in deck building, whether you care.
I'm gonna add to this is that every time that I've played Delayed Blast Fireball as a board wipe, it's been countered. And that's happened 5 times. Every time that I've played Delayed Blast Fireball specifically to try to remove a specific creature in a low creature count board state, like an op agent or something when there's only like 4 creatures on board, it usually resolves. So in these same situations, you're kind of better off with the thing that would remove the single target. But if an opponent is already ahead and they don't want to lose their board state, you're essentially having someone protect their own board and lose some interaction to protect their own win, but it's also interaction that they're losing to stop another player.
But also, if you can convince the table to go in on you on that play, right? Like, I have the answer to this problem, and I'm not removing your entire board in the process. Please go in on this play with me and stop him from stopping me, right? There's politics options, whereas when you're talking about a board wipe, you're just saying, somebody's going to have it, or I'm going to pull away from the game, but mostly stop this person from pulling away from the game. And players 2 and 3 that aren't in the driver's seat are going to be like, if they kill my board, sure, player A doesn't win, but I can't win from this point on, and that's a problem of politicking, in that you're gonna get that card resolved fewer times.
So the way that I look at Delayed Blast Fireball currently is that there are mostly dorks that it's hitting, because outside of Timna being a 2 toughness and some other commanders potentially being 2 toughness, a lot of the stuff that we're looking to get rid of that are potential threats and going to generate value over the long term are above 2 toughness, and Delayed Blast only hits 2. So that's why something like Blast Missact is something that Rust likes so much, is because it hits everything equally. If you've been board wiped by the Bowmasters and there's still like 8 or 9 creatures on the board, Blast Missact still solves the problem.
Right, it
But
does.
A lot of us have been thinking about running like Mizian Mortars or Delayed Blast Fireball or other things because of how degenerate some of the board states can get into. But this is primarily the most degenerate when things like Speedborn Muse is in play. And being able to remove that from the Cannon or the Thrasios sort of at least gives you the opportunity to not make it a one-sided game.
I mean, Ms. Mortars is nice in the sense that it is one of those guaranteed
Modal.
get rid of, but it's also modal, yeah. So you can make it that board wipe, but yeah, it's also a sorcery, which, sorcery.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's really it. I mean, I like it more than Blasphemous Act sometimes, but
yeah, I guess the gamble that I feel like you kind of go for, if I'm going to argue for the plus side of DBF, is it is an instant,
right.
So you have a little bit more flexibility to find your window.
Right.
Whereas you don't have that window opportunity. But, especially with so much, blue on the table these days with Kinnan getting back up in the numbers, it is tough. Yeah.
And I honestly think...
And Kinnan will always have that counter spell. They will always interact with that DBF because they don't want to lose their doors.
Yep.
Right.
I generally think that's the reason I'm a little bit lower on DBF than like a better single target removal, because it's just going to activate the neurons of too many people, and that's too many cards.
And I for a long time was like, Ghostfire Slice is bad. But in the decks in the current metagame, it's online so often.
Right.
And it's online, and specifically in the scenarios where you want it to be against Cannon and Thrasios.
Right. It is very much it is Nadu plus right now, because now everyone is running blue-green. and they're either going to have Kinnan or Thrasius on the battlefield, and you don't need to, and that just gives you a lot of flexibility because it doesn't matter what the other two players are playing. You're going to see one of those two cards on the field in almost every pod because they have to play them.
Right. And it's still technically castable. Like, we're on Chaos Warp.
Right.
And while Chaos Warp is for other reasons,
Oh.
it doesn't make it so that it's any less castable than Chaos Warp is.
Yep. All right. I think that plumbs the depths on board wipes. So there's some reasons to run 3-tree mascot, and I hope those of you that ends up with a nice signed one find a reason to play it. But I'll understand why if you don't, because I'm currently not on it. I just have it in my deck box. It's good at filtering. It's really good at filtering. It's good at it's a good two mana Robo Dwarf that can help you turn your Warping Wail mana base into something that can cast a Fork or a Blood Boiler, and that's useful. But comparing it to other 2-mana Robo Dwarfs, it's a little bit less useful, right? And that's where we're currently at. We currently like Metallic Mimic a little bit more, mostly for the Bowmasters
Anti-Bow
production.
Masters.
Right.
Yep. But this card, even though it's very powerful for what it does, unless you're on like a more turbo strategy and you want more artifact dwarves and you're okay with being the threat, it's usually one of the
Weaker
least
ones.
Yeah, it's one of the weaker ones.
It's-
Especially since we're going to talk about land bases later. You don't actually need this.
Yeah.
Like, realistically.
You may not need this. Like it's not a foregone conclusion that it's just an auto include. It's a card to consider, but I definitely see it slightly above Bloodline Pretender, or decently above Bloodline Pretender, because 3 is so much more than 2. But it is probably well below Metallic Mimic. We'll talk about Warping Wail a little bit. We have an entire section. Don't worry, we're probably going to spend an hour on lands. So Vault Robber is a card that has been in and out and in and out. And currently it's out, but it's something that we like because it turns every removal of Magda into a treasure, because you can just tap it, put your Magda from the graveyard into the command zone, and you've netted the treasure to help hopefully recast her or just pad your number for when you recast her.
Are we talking about Vault Robber now?
Yeah.
Did we skip over Cavern Horde Dragon?
No, we totally did. I'll go back to Cavern Horde in a second.
Okay. So yeah, Vault Robber is something that is out of OBM range, which is very important, and it turns people using their board wipes, like their Toxic Deluge, etc. If you play this after that, then you just get extra treasures every turn. So it has multi-purpose, like Drew said. If Magda dies, you can just put it in the graveyard and then exile it, and that's that.
Right, and there's not a window where they can cuck you on that?
Nope, because you're just putting the activation on the stack, and then as part of the resolution of the activation, you have to exile it. So
right. Thanks,
but Cavern Horde Dragon.
Yeah, Cavern Horde. It's our mid-range card, right? For those of you Copium inhalers like me that want to run Goldspan Dragon, run this instead. It's much better. So, couple reasons. Cavern Horde is like a weird card that even back when in the Dockside days, people were trying to make it work in like in a mid-range stacks deck, mid-range stacks version of the deck, because you were like, okay, if Dockside's everywhere, we're just going to play off the greed and hope people don't sack all the treasures. Well, now we're not talking about treasure proliferation nearly as hard. It's about like, okay, mid-range, people are going to have artifacts that have to stick around. They can't just sack them in response to the cast and become less of a juicy target to hit with Cavern Horde. Now you're getting the, attractive but not game-breaking 3 or so treasures, which is enough. That's enough usually to just win, go off and do great things. it's a very good Magna agnostic treasure generator. It'll just get you. Yeah, it's a good beater in like a really heavy stack situation, which you can generate. You can develop. And yeah, the sweet spot for the card is somewhere around 4 to 5. Like 5 is okay, 4 is good, 3 is fantastic, right? And if you're at 3, you're winning the game probably because it's what -5 at that point. Is it 8 mana or 9 mana normally?
It's 9.
Yeah, so if it's at 4 or 3, you're probably winning the game off that swing.
It's very like in a realistic sense, early turns you're not casting this.
Right.
And there are very few decks outside of like Rogsire or Kinnan or whatever that are putting enough rocks into play where this is going to be a feasible thing. The funniest part about this card is that it basically tells Urza and Tivit to fuck themselves.
And Shorkai.
And Shorkai. And there's not really much that they can do about it. So I have found this mostly as a tutor target where you don't have enough resources to recast Magda and they've interacted on your first search. So you put your activation on the board, they're like, cool, I'm going to OBM. And you're like, shit. Okay, well, I need mana now. So your choice is either to go get like a Soul Ring or something, or a One Ring to try to draw into lands or something, or you can go get Cavern Horde Dragon so that you can actually just like hit the person that has 3 artifacts and make 3 treasures every turn. You're gonna do that for 2 or 3 turns in a stalled out board state anyway.
Yep.
So now you have 9 treasures. You're 1 treasure away with Magda coming back in, from potentially winning the game, depending on what else you've played.
Right. It's kind of got that Cavern Hole or Ancient Copper Dragon energy, where it's less feast or famine and it's less whiffable. Like, oh, someone had removal, now I'm just done, because it happens on the turn you play it, right, or the turn you.
Yeah. It also has haste, so that's
right.
important.
Haste is the big differentiator, right? It's really good. It's it and the One Ring are kind of the cards that like get you back in the game, but I would rather have the Cavern Horde Dragon most of the time because I'd rather just make the treasures because Magda's inevitable. We don't need more cards. We need more cards so we can cast Magda. This thing helps us cast Magda. Why go grab the One Ring in that situation?
Right.
All right. A couple more cards. Wintermoon. We're gonna have an entire section on Wintermoon, and why to run, or the math behind it. It's really good. And
basically, even every 2-color deck is on between 2 and 4 basic lands, because everyone is extremely greedy with their mana base.
Yeah.
So, in those situations, like even if they tutor for a basic land because they know that you're on Magus of the Moon and stuff like that, like they're gonna give themselves 1 extra land every time that they untap, which is fine. Like that's just part of them being a 2-color deck. But
right.
in situations where they're at 4 colors or higher, like they're untapping 1 land a turn.
Right. And that's
in some of those cases it's going to be a cradle, but it limits them to only blue mana, only green mana at that point, unless they have, rocks.
Right.
And if they only have 1 other color for 1 other time, like it can be very debilitating.
It's a pretty good rule of law that you don't have to play under.
Right.
In that situation.
Or you have to play under less.
Yeah. Less is definitely the true enough. And we'll talk about how the land-based math works later, because we have a nice big section about that. We've already talked about Disruptor Flute, so I'm going to kind of gloss over it. It's very good into the decks that are placing well right now, so consider it. Crystal Vein and City of Traders are an interesting card for the more Turbo Stacks deck, because we've lost 2 very important cards for that. It's a landslide, which makes it considerably worse than the 2 cards that we lost. Crypt and J-Lo, but it does give you 2 colorless mana whenever you need it, which can be very relevant for powering out something on turn 1 or 2 that shuts down the game, like a Blood Moon. If you can use like a pedal or something like that alongside it.
It's really cool when you get to use City of Traders to play a Blood Moon, and then you disable the sacrifice clause.
Right, it's pretty great. It does, and I have done that before. It's kind of its core use, because as far as 3 mana goes right now, we're not on a lot of really awesome 3 mana stacks pieces that you'd want to turbo out. So it's kind of just 3-ball and Blood Moon, and most of us are not on 3-ball, but the turbo stacks decks often are on 3-ball.
Yep.
So it's definitely a consideration. I'm not currently on either, mostly because I have built a Winter Moon land base, but I will talk about that later. And honestly,
just adding more lands in general.
Yeah, you need two. Add two.
Once you removed so many of the fast mana things, like most people are just up to 29 lands, which solves a lot of problems that the deck had before as far as choosing the type of land base that it wanted to be.
Because everyone's a little bit slower, we get to be more consistent, and consistent is what we want to be when we have such a very versatile utility-forward land base that enables different kinds of interaction pieces and stacks pieces, a la Warping Wail or Winter Moon. So we'll talk about that at length. They're non-basic lands. You're correct, Los Muertos. They're non-basic mountains, so they would still not untap, which is the best of both worlds. Run both, do both, make them sad. So cards that we're considering putting back in that we have had played in the have played in the past. Gadrak is a test slot, I think, right now. It's in a remove.
I won't be removing it personally.
Okay. I mean,
yeah.
I love playing mid-range dragons. It's cheap. It's a very good blocker for Tymna decks, and as Tymna Thrasios is on the rise, and Tymna Crom is not really going anywhere. Very solid. Very happy for that. We'll talk about Mobile Homestead. We're actually on that. I think we're both on Mobile Homestead over Garrison right now too.
Yeah, the most important part about Gadrak is the fact that it's a pseudo vehicle. So like, it puts your opponents in a situation where they have to decide: do I block their creature? A, if I block it without trading, do I want to give them an extra treasure? B, if I block them and I trade with my mana dork, do I want to give them 2 treasures?
Right.
And it also like puts you in some interesting places treasure generation wise, where you can attack with Magda into board states and not necessarily be super sad that she's dead. Because you're going to get those potentially 2 treasures for the trade, and you're going to get to the point where, you recast Magda on next turn for 4 when you already had 3 mana. You're an extra treasure ahead, or 2 treasures ahead, because you would have attacked already. And you can put yourself in position to get that activation that you want so badly.
Yeah.
And then you have that, Portal to Phyrexia situation where, because board states are so stupid, if you go turn 1 Magda, turn 2 Tapper, in a situation where you can Portal to Phyrexia early and you get 9, you just win the game. And if you get 6, then you get Portal to Phyrexia plus another activation, which is insane.
Yeah, so that's actually something that's very very relevant, is that in a situation where you have Magda, a dwarf, Magda, if you can get to 5 treasures, right? And you have Magda and a dwarf, and you trade with the dwarf to make sure you get 1 kill on your board, and then play Gadrak and Maiden 2, you basically have the game in your pocket right there. Because you're able to wait to the trigger and then put an activation on the stack, and at that point there's nothing they can do. Munch King, most of us have we have a couple of changes. Show doesn't like update the Magdanomicon with every change he does. He does it like in waves after he's like really comfortable with like the card slots that have gotten cemented. And I'm on the same deck list he is right now, and I'll be happy to post it. Or you can just find my deck list down in the deck list search my name, and you'll find mine, and that's our current live list. I think I'll talk about creating minecart in a second, crossbow. But yeah, Gadrick has like a lot of upsides and very few downsides in this mid-range meta, and it's just it's like in the way that Gimli is like a turbo like beats card. Gadrick is like the perfect mid-range card for us because it excels in so many different situations.
I was extremely skeptical whenever her show was like, "Yeah, bro, we're on Gadrak," and I'm like, "Huh? Like the dragon?" And he's like, "Yeah," and I was like, "But it doesn't do anything most of the, like we have to suicide our dwarves," and then like I played it and I was just like, "Oh no, this just like wins with portal, like it's just a 5/4 beater that like yeah, it's just good all around."
Yep. It's
the second best dragon in the deck.
Yeah, and sometimes it's better than Cavern Horde, right? It has a higher
definitely.
It has
a
higher floor.
It has the combo potential.
Well, not only that, it has a much
It's
higher
a lot
floor.
more castable.
It has a higher floor. You cannot be stuck with this in hand. If you can't have 3 mana, then you weren't winning that game.
Yeah,
anyway.
you're right. Yeah, you're fucked anyway. Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah. So moving on to mobile garrison, and I'm just gonna like kind of roughly talk about the next couple of vehicles you want.
Hate it.
I don't like mobile garrison, but I also don't like 3 mana vehicles. Right, just in general, mobile garrison is the best one, bar none, for sure. And
if you need that effect, just yeah.
I mean, it's good.
Tangle wire, it's real. Just play Tangle wire.
No, I disagree. Tangle wire is a good card in my opinion. I'm not playing right now, but it's a good card. It just is not the same
I hate
card.
it.
So there's a couple of things that like I'm just gonna
Go ahead. I'll shut up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Imagine this section doesn't say mobile garrison; it says the next vehicle you should be playing, because there's a couple that you could be trying out. There's Bessie, which is okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and drop Bessie in the chat real quick. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna let y'all do that. You're very good at it. Bessie, there is mobile homestead, and then there is creating minecart. So I'm gonna start with the worst ones, in my opinion, and work towards the better ones. Creating minecart is strictly worse than mobile garrison in practically every way that matters, because the floor for creating minecart is make a treasure. The floor for mobile garrison, so the floor and the ceiling for creating minecart is make a treasure. The floor for mobile garrison is make a treasure, but the ceiling is untap the Wandering, draw 2, 3, 4 extra cards that turn. That is much better.
So I will disagree there. I will say that creating minecart has the floor of create a treasure with a 1-drop dwarf without Magda on the field.
That is true. That is true. That is a very relevant side grade aspect. So I'm definitely not gonna disagree there. It's just also I don't think that's a good enough reason to run it over mobile garrison, because untapping your mana vault or untapping your soul ring or untapping your one ring or
I don't disagree.
Unpopular opinion. I don't think an extra vehicle is needed right now. It doesn't do anything.
I don't think
it's strictly worse. It's strictly worse than like Winter Moon, which is what I'm on for it. Like I cut it for Winter Moon because like it's a 3 mana like if we're in a situation where like we're casting a 3 mana vehicle and like we haven't like the percentages that we draw one of our other vehicles in our first 10 cards is so high that like it doesn't seem good, right? Like I can understand why you'd want it, like because of like the perception of a mid-range meta, and like if you really want that extra tapper. But like there are other ways that I would like. If we're just doing it because of we need the extra consistency at that point, I would rather just like run Stoke the Flames or just some other better way to get a one-time tap of 4 dwarves. Right, or something to that generalized effect. Garrison.
I made the same argument last night, effectively, but I also think
the opportunity cost is so bad. But go ahead.
Well, I will say when it comes to vehicles, you have to consider what the like utility is for those vehicles, right? And ultimately, I find that anything that has to attack, like actively attack to get anything more than crewing on them, those effects often don't exist. Especially now when the boards get a little more clogged. Obviously, 3/3s are pretty good at attacking into a CDH board state. They're just not. It's not great. It's just not. It's sometimes it's good, sometimes, but it's never great.
Yeah. Elspeth makes a really good point. She said, in situations where combat isn't viable and we need a vehicle, I feel like I'm not able to attack with the vehicle anyway to get the trigger on mobile
Right.
garrison.
There's also a very important aspect of crewing in general, and I know I oversell how important this is, but I think it's important enough to talk about that reactive crewing in response to people playing scared around Magda is very important in being able to crew on your opponent's end steps or in response to your opponent's removing things, right? Like making your opponents use the smallest window to interact with your stuff is always better than the incidental upside that these 3 mana cards will get by attacking. And that's the way I feel about it.
99% of the time, it's like after turn 2, it's like draw go.
Yep.
In Magda, it's like I might play a dwarf, but I'm not tapping. The deck's power is we win at instant speed in response to things, and we can just activate again on top.
Right. And so that's why I think that I want to step it up from the 3 mana vehicles, which I think are both worse, to I think Bessie is maybe worse than Mobile Garrison, but that's probably a tie based on mana value versus like effect. Mobile Homestead's definitely the best next vehicle that we aren't running. And so, whoever mentioned Galleon, I just want to say Galleon doesn't function as a vehicle most of the time. It is a good card, but it doesn't function in the same way. It's 5 mana. But yeah,
we're not tapping until like turn 4 or at the bare minimum.
Hey, Sho, I need to step away for a few minutes. Can you riff on Mobile Garrison and then Mox Amber?
1 second.
Sure.
Yeah. But like Garrison's okay if you feel like you really need it, honestly. But like I just generally feel like it falls along the diminishing returns aspect that I kind of go back to on a lot of my card choices. It's like I think whenever we were going through all of this and I decided to cut, or like me and you decided to cut in my list Garrison for Winter Moon, you gave me the percentages of vehicles and it was negligible not to have, you know what I mean? Not to have this in your percentages for the first 10 cards you see or whatever.
It's relatively negligible, but it depends on what your goals are. So specifically with Mobile Homestead, is that there are plenty of board states where you can swing with a 3/3 and not necessarily care early. And that's when it's most important for you to get land ramp, and it gives you an extra card that you're seeing to prepare for what's coming next. So it's, in a way, because of how it functions, the extra consistency is still worth having, but you don't want that extra consistency at 3 CMC.
Fair. Just a side note here, Fomori Vault is a necessity. You should never cut that card. That card is more often than... Yeah, it's more often 3 mana. Look at 12 cards. Like, it's fantastic.
As far as Mox Amber goes, it's not really something that most decks are on unless they're literally on like a turbo stacks list. And the reason why is because their goal is to stack out the board to make it so that it's harder to interact with Magda, and then once she's out, Mox Amber's on for a decent bit. They're also on slightly more legends, not that it's consistent, but they do usually run Ragavan, they do run Magda the Hordemaster, so there is a few more iterations or situations where Mox Amber is turned on, but for the most part, it's just, it doesn't recast Magda unless those 2 specific creatures are out. So it's, at best, Metalcraft.
Yes, it does. It does in fact enable Metalcraft. I absolutely hate cards. Like how do I say this? If you have to use the word if in your justification for a card in your deck, I do not think you should be running it. If you say Mox Amber is good if I have a legend in play, right? If you don't have a legend in play, it does literal nothing other than turn on Metalcraft, which does make it god tier. Okay, but it doesn't do anything. Like, more often than not, it'd be better if it was just a mountain, right? Because you gotta have Amber and Ragavan in hand, or Amber and Hordemaster in hand, and then you got to invest 2 mana for it to do something. All right, Amber is bad. We should not be on it. If you are on it, that's fine. You're the captain of your own ship. Real Julius Caesar. It's fine. You can do what you want to do, but it's bad, and you shouldn't be on it. It doesn't do anything.
I mean, it doesn't really cost you 2 mana, right?
I mean, you have to pay 2 mana for it to do something.
You have to pay to put a creature into play for it to do something, yes.
Right. And then, so it costs you 2 mana to do something. Right? If you
I mean,
let's just say
in a roundabout way, yes, but you can also look at it from the lens that this costs me 0 mana to put out, yet has an upside when I've played things that I'm going to play anyway.
Right. If you have a legend in play, and if it lives, it does things.
I mean, the whole thought process behind Mox Amber is that Magda needs to live long enough to make you win the game anyway, and the mana is most relevant then.
Yeah, but the thought process of, like, I'm gonna play this mana rock that generates me mana only after I'm able to achieve a second subset of goals.
Right. So
it just doesn't do anything.
I wouldn't say it doesn't do anything. I would say the most critical part, like the most critical time for a rock that exists to be a 0 mana rock, is its ability to turn on my ability to play the commander. Right.
Sure.
And for that reason alone, it's the reason I'm not on it, is because I don't think having an extra mana after I play my commander, and only after I play my commander, is good enough. I'd probably rather run Simeon. Yeah.
Hey Drew, can you do me a favor? Is there like a blank slide that you could pull up for me real quick? I just need to test something out here. Is there a way that you could do that?
Yeah, what's up?
Cool.
What do you need to test?
Can you just make the slide blank real quick?
It's blank-ish.
Okay, that'll be fine. Okay, does everyone in the audience see the slide? Good.
Yes.
This is the list of all the things that Mox Amber does.
Okay, that's funny.
It does nothing.
Okay, that was funny. Yeah, no,
it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Don't play the card.
Okay,
if you want extra mana, play Simeon. It's fine.
Right. Yeah, I tend to agree. Right. That's where I'm at. I think you're overselling.
Play Springleaf Drum.
We're on Springleaf Drum.
Right. We are. That's funny.
I'm not.
It's a good card. Yeah, play Springleaf Drum.
I am.
It's
yeah.
No, I have not drawn that. I have not drawn the card since I put the deck together.
All right, let's talk about Mox Diamond.
All right, so Mox Diamond, it replaced Mana Crypt. It's good. Play it. We're up.
We're up lands,
Yep.
which is the only reason why it's stronger. And I personally am on 1 less MDFC to make the consistency of this better.
We what did we take out? We took out what's the
when we were on 24 non MDFCs, like this card was
not
very bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, very inconsistent.
It was like playing it in Rogsai, where half the time it doesn't do anything.
Right, but they don't care because they get to run all the things that do things, so they don't care if one thing doesn't do anything.
They just have to wait until they necro for it to be turned on.
Right. So
yeah, the opportunity cost for us is higher.
Yep. And now we're above. And it's on. We've done the math before, but it's a good number. It's a number we're comfortable with. Accounting Man, this is just a card that. This is a card that really sucked when Dockside was all over the place, and is a lot less sucky when it was a lot less dangerous, and it gives you draw. It gives you safety in your combo, your post combo, because you can use the clues to untap the treasure, to untap the Robo Dwarf. But basically, you have perfect protection for that.
And it gives you an excuse to use the food and clue tokens that we will inevitably make to give out on the server.
That is absolutely true.
That'd be sick. Just one more thing on Mox Diamond. The only reason for you not to be running it is the fact that it's like $700 fucking dollars. Go to printproxies.com, pick you up one, play it. It's a great time.
I also want to make a comment on that because I'm seeing card advantage is not a thing for us. It's hard. You have to think about it in respect to your hand, the earlier in the mulligans that you are, where it is a decent hand, but if you go down an extra card, would you rather have that extra mana turn 1 to play your Magda, or would you rather go down an entire set not knowing what you're going to get?
Right.
It also turns on Metalcraft. I know that's a meme at this point, but like it's also an extra artifact in case you need it for like to be able to activate clock and response. Like it's just they're incidental stuff, and it's just you should always play it. Just while we're on a side note here, Itchy asked about Damping Sphere and noted that Rust is not on it. And he's really on us not missing this. He's really curious. I don't know if we could talk about that real quick.
Let's talk about Academy Manufacturer first, and then I'll talk about why he's.
We can riff on it. Yeah, okay.
So
Academy's great. Play it, love it.
Yeah, 3AM is good. Not great. I don't know. Because we're not on the we're like we've divested from cloning effects pretty significantly.
We don't need them
until you get to like Mirror of the Forebears with a mask wooded AM, right? It's not nearly as you have fewer things in the deck that are going to copy. You have 2 things in the deck at that point. If you're not running any of the clone effects, aside from Mirror of the Forebears and Sculpting Steel, that's your 2 AM. But you only need 2 AM.
That's your 3 AM.
Yeah, you get 3 AM, but you only need 2 AM now because of Zorn and Roaming Throne.
Yeah, it also goes the fuck off with Battered Golem.
It certainly does.
But like, there are so many board states where you're like, cool, I have 2 dwarves and I have a tapper, right? And then you're like, okay, I get to 5 treasures, everything's untapped. Well, now you win the game with Academy Manufacturer. Like, that's just how that works.
Yeah. Or if you've just played Academy Manufacturer, you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna tap. I'm gonna make clues. I'm gonna it's air quotes mono red card draw. Like right. I mean, you can just play like more often than I'll just play it out. And if it like no one wants to kill it, they're like, all right, so you're making some food and some stuff. I'm like, yeah. And then like you can just tap, make some treasures, and then use like if you didn't have to spend any mana during that turn cycle, just like crack a couple of clues end of turn, draw some cards, and it's just good.
The only downside to it is that in response to you cracking a clue, since it puts a trigger on the stack to draw, they can play Bowmaster.
Sure.
But that is the only real downside to the card.
Yep.
Right. We can't play scared.
Right.
You got it.
You know, like Drew said, you only really need 2 AM because going 2 AM makes you 3 treasures, and then you can go and grab either Zorn if it's not, or if you already have Maskwood Nexus in play. If you don't, you can grab Roaming Throne, and then you're making 6 treasures per activation. And then you can go and grab your Maskwood Nexus, and then you're tapping each of your Academy Manufacturers and blah, 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 blah. And
then you're getting Zorn, then you're winning. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yep. Very good. It's in the same way Gadrak is very good. This is very good in a mid-range meta.
Yeah, I love it.
Sorry, I'm very sick today, so I'm trying to.
But yeah, going to Damping Spear. Unpopular opinion, Russ is making a mistake.
Go on. I understand why he's not running it. In the early turns, if you're not actually trying to be a stack, it has very little impact mid-game outside of Storm decks, and there are almost no Storm decks in the format. So outside of stopping Breach and other things, if you need to activate to stop something, you can stop Breach in other ways.
Yeah.
If you need to activate and stop a Gaia's Cradle, you can go Spine the Gaia's Cradle. Like, there are ways to deal with it outside of whatever, and the fact that it only is really played coming from hand makes it so that there are other things that you might want more of instead of it.
Like Orb of
Um,
Dreams?
No,
uh,
like removal.
but realistically, it does shut off Gaia's Cradle, and it shuts off, you know, Ancient Tomb and all this other stuff. So it is feasible to cut something or to keep something like this. But there's also a world where it just doesn't matter. Like, the way that you have to think about it is, do I want to keep this card to stop early Rogsai board um, generation? Like, am I going turn one Chrome Box into land into this to prevent my opponents from developing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
if that's your game plan, then cool. But outside of those specific situations, if you're playing it towards the mid game,
You're not
making something cost one more mana when they're only planning to play two spells for the turn doesn't fucking matter.
right.
Especially against these
I mean,
green blue X decks.
yeah. I want to add something there. Los Muertos asked, so it's a philosophy of why hinder it when you can all just blow it up, and not necessarily. It's why introduce. So basically, think about like Spine and Grafdigger's Cage as cards that have like a Venn diagram of what they answer, right? And Damping Sphere kind of lives right in the middle of that overlap. And if we already have two cards that can answer everything that Damping Sphere would answer um, reactively, why do we need to necessarily need a third card to facilitate that role when its other utility isn't very attractive in this current meta, where we're just seeing mana proliferation and the tax not matter as much, and the a significant downturn in turbo decks overall.
What do you recommend in that slot?
I mean, if you're not looking to drop GPS, Flute, because Flute answers more things and is a little more reactive and playable from hand while being reactive. Um,
If you
also,
want more consistencies
Right.
in your vehicles, you can cut that for a vehicle. If you want more consistency in your things that hit Seedborn Muse, you can add a Ghostfire Slice. You can add something else that hits green that deals 4 damage.
yep,
Um, like, if you want modal, then you can use, not Untimely Malfunction, the Explosive Derailment.
yep,
It's not a great card, but it is modal and does 4 damage.
yep.
Do you feel like do you feel like Damping Sphere is a justifiable card?
Yeah,
I
Or
feel
do you
like
feel
it
like
is
it
a
is still air quotes correct to play?
I feel like it's a justifiable card, but also depending on your playstyle as a pilot, you can justify cutting it.
I like seeing it in my opening hand and dumping it on
Right.
turn one. I do like that. It's a very fun. And it is very strong in those situations. The turn two, just like you don't get to develop your like handful of 1-drops because you are constantly 1 mana behind, and you're going to be but 1 mana behind for 4 turns. Like that's a good thing. It's a very useful thing, but it's one of those things. It's one of those low floors, high ceilings type of cards, and it's really hard to judge where the median is. But
Definitely something to put a pin in and reevaluate next Dwarf Day.
probably, yeah, no.
Potentially.
I mean, next Dwarf will probably be around the time um, Death Aether Drift is coming out, and boy, oh boy,
Boy, look,
I'm
I swear to God, if they don't print a fucking awesome vehicle crab like the Krabby Patty Mobile in the SpongeBob secret layer and we don't get to play it, I'm gonna be pissed.
I mean, if they do it, I hope it's I don't know, like Dermotaxi or something.
Well,
But
no. Like they're saying that these are gonna be like unique cards.
okay, yeah, no. Oh my God, a vehicle that
Make
shits
it a
out
1-drop.
foods. Make it a vehicle, a 1-drop vehicle that shits out foods when it attacks or something like that.
Yes.
There you go. There you
Yes.
go. I'm doing the RN Dwarfs job. Um,
I don't know who put Galleon in there, but Galleon's bad. Don't play.
Galleon's not bad. It's just not. I don't think it's where we need to be. I know I want to play it too. I just don't think we need a searchable
5 mana is
removal.
so much mana.
We have such good removal in hand now that I don't think, and such depth of it, I don't think we need to dedicate a proto uncastable to a card that does like what Gadrak does, but worse, but 2 more
Right.
mana. It's just like we've split that kind of effect across a couple of cards that are much more efficient, is the way I'd look at it. Okay, sorry. People have said it.
Aether Drift and Aether Drift and the SpongeBob. We got vehicles on the horizon, people.
Yeah. So that's also another reason to consider trying out more vehicles and getting comfortable with playing more low drop vehicles like mobile towns, homestead rather, because we're gonna get a 2-drop vehicle. It's a vehicle set. We're gonna get one, and they're gonna
reprint high speed hover bike.
They are probably, and that's good. We're gonna get more. We're gonna get a Kaladesh high speed hover bike. That'll be great.
Yeah, I want a super sexy rare foil high speed hover bike.
Absolutely. Give me a serialized. Give me some serialized vehicles, friends. That'll be
Hell
great.
yeah.
Our deck is gonna get very blingy in a few months, guys.
Hayabusa.
So, real talk. Consider running more vehicles because we're off the null rod and because the attacking is so gross right now. I honestly would call Mario Kart before I'd see Fast and the Furious. Fast and the Furious doesn't have like good art.
Dude, Mario Kart, fucking Secret Lair. I'm here for it.
I hope they have track. I hope we get like a Battlefield style track card or enchantments that are like enchantment slash. Okay, sorry, we're not here to talk about Aether Drift. We'll talk about
I'm
that.
gonna end up dropping Damping Sphere for Tango Wire just to see how it goes.
That's totally reasonable. I think they're both like in a similar position right now. So let's talk about Familia. No, let's talk about lands. Our next and last topic is lands, and the reasons to like alter your land base pretty substantially past going up 2 lands, past going past dropping some mediocre lands in general, maybe dropping an MDFC so that Mox Diamond is online, because there are some cards that really require you to alter your land base around it. Warping Wail is one of them, and I'm just going to go and give you the other ones. You have Warping Wail, Mishra's Workshop, and Winter Moon. But we're going to start with Wail.
Russ's favorite card.
Russ's favorite card.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
It's a good card. It asks a lot of you though, and more than the other cards that we're going to talk about. But the upsides are it hits Culling Writ, Toxic Deluge, and Vanquish the Horde, which I'm going to be honest. I mean, Culling Writ exists and Toxic Deluge does exist, right? But blue-green X decks, or Thrasios Vile decks don't really want to cast this, right? And we're seeing a lot of blue-green X decks, so like we're having a lot of creature-focused decks that don't necessarily want to set everyone back to 0, even if it's a big mana pump of of the 2 worst colors in a lot of cases. There's just so many situations where not having your blue or red is really damaging. But it hits all of the non-top deck tutors, a lot of the 2 battlefield tutors, which can be good. It stops most of the Reanimator cards. It kills Drannith, Bowmaster, Aven, Spellskite, a lot of the stack pieces that just hose us. And it deletes a lot of value cards, a lot of 1Xs and a lot of all the X1s, right? Drannith and OBM, those are important. And a lot of combo cards, but mostly in green, because most of those decks need the green stuff to do things.
I just don't like, and no pun intended here, I don't like how much it warps your deck.
No, I
It
mean,
doesn't
it's
anymore.
it's the reason not to run it.
We'll get into that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it has a lot of relevant cards. So the deck building requirements, we'll go into the math in a second, but you want enough colorless generation to enable the card 50% of the time in the first 10 cards. And that means you're going to need 10 colorless producing lands or 15 to get to 70%. Cards that you might want to try out is Ramanap, Tarnished Citadel, prepare for the expensive foil there, Talon Gates and Urza's Cave, which you're likely already on.
Talon Gates is also an expensive foil.
Yes, it is. Homeward Path, which is probably more relevant now than it has been in a long while because of Drake. I swear, Kinnan rides that thing into work. It's in his opening hand every fucking game. Both of them. And then Plaza of Heroes, which is mediocre. Like, we cut it before we had good options, and now we have even better options we had. It's just not a great card, but it's one of those things where you're going to cut mountains to play these, or you're going to cut bad, or you're going to cut other cards to play these. It's just...
The most important ones from this list are Ramumap Ruins and Tarnished Citadel.
Because they can make
because they
colorless
are
and
red producing as well.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So then to go into the math.
Yes.
At 10 colorless producing sources for one colorless land in your opening hand is 53.7%. If you're at 15, it's 69.6%, and that's at 29 total lands. And if you're on 28, it goes to 67.4% chance, and in your first 10 cards, it's 53.7% for opening hands for, where is it? 28 lands for one colorless with 10, because the total amount doesn't change based on your total land base. So it's relatively the same regardless of if you're on 29 or 28 lands. Yep. And when you start thinking about you're going to your first 10 card scene, at 10, you're at 67% chance to see at least one colorless land. And in general, your chance to see two lands at that point is 85%, regardless. Or 83% if you're on 28.
Yep.
So, like, the actual how consistent this is being turned on doesn't change all that much from 10 to 13. It's like 53% to 63% for one single card in your deck that you can't tutor for is not that big of a deal.
Right.
But once you hit like the 70-ish% chance, like it's basically always online.
Right. And that's a good thing. The problem with this is that we're talking about a card we can't tutor for, a card that is it's pretty versatile, but it's not as versatile as other modal spells. And one of them is a very reactive, having a sorcery you want to counter is it's a requirement, and it's like Homeward Path.
You're gonna have at least one or two things that you could use this to counter as a sorcery every game.
Right. It's,
could is the word.
Right.
The deck building to the deck building requirement and the opportunity cost to run this card is generally not worth it, in my opinion. I long for the day when we find, we get a card that does something similar to this, but is just red. And we're fine.
I don't agree with Mox here, because it's technically mathematically viable to play both Winter Moon and Warping Wail, because you hit the thresholds that you need.
Right, but the card doesn't do enough, in my opinion. It's a modal spell that's not as versatile as any of our other modal spells. Sure, it kills OBM and Dranith and other things, but we have 4 or 5 other cards that do that. Yeah, it counters like Deluge or Culling Ritual, but generally speaking, with all of the creature-based green-blue decks in the format, we're not the one countering that spell.
Right.
Like,
So
it is very much a table police card. It is very reactive. It is very opponent dependent, and I do not like having cards like that in my list.
I tend to agree. I'm also a pretty big proponent of like good mulligans, right? And
Facts.
Winter Moon doesn't create bad mulligans. It in fact makes good mulligans. Its cost is you get worse card quality on your lands, but that's Blood Moon's a really good card, and I think Blood Moon's or not Blood Moon. Winter
We'll get
Moon.
to Winter Moon
Yeah.
in a little bit when
I'm
we
just
talk.
from a comparative analysis standpoint, I think there's
And just yeah, and then to be completely honest, and like I could be completely wrong, and this is just my perception. I do not believe that this card would get as much conversation as it does in our community if it wasn't one of Rust's pet cards specifically. If a random player came up and was like, "Hey, I run Warping Wail," you'd be like, "I mean, okay." Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
Russ is a very good pilot. He's really good. He's had a lot of success with the deck. He's very intelligent, and like I feel like there is a certain amount of, well, if Rust likes it, it's probably worth talking about. That brings this card into the conversation as much as it does.
So, while you're saying that you don't like that it does X, Y, Z, the floor is that it is a removal spell for the most important things that we need gone from the table,
Right.
outside of Seedborn Muse.
So Lightning Bolt.
It acts as a lightning bolt for one more mana.
That
That
also
yes, it does need a extra, colorless land, like you need colorless
Right.
mana.
It's
But
it's a lightning bolt that's twice the mana, requires a colorless land.
sure, but it also exiles. It doesn't just remove. So that can be important or it was more important when Dockside was a thing.
Yeah.
So
I
going
will say
through the
that.
modal going through the modal spells of this card, how many other removal spells do we run?
Depends on your version of the list, anywhere between 10 and 17.
Right, so up to 17% of our deck is dedicated to solving the problem that this card also solves.
Not
In this
everything
mode.
hits all the things that it hits.
Right. We're probably
Right,
talking more.
but generally speaking, I mean, like, the card does things aside from the counter target sorcery mode, right?
Yep.
That's the only thing that is unique about this card in our deck.
Mhm.
It's the only thing we don't have other options for.
Sure.
And while I'm sure it feels fantastic to counter a toxic deluge or a culling ritual or like one of those other things, like those things that impact us on that level also impact usually two other people at the table with us. And they're better at interacting at those things than we are. So I just don't believe that the card is worth putting in the deck. And that's just my 2 cents, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, I'm middling on the card. I don't think it's like I said, it's like one of those cards that I'm like, depending on the day, I could be 55, I could be 45 on it. So
I've played it a decent amount. It's done things for me probably 50% of the time it's been in my hand.
Yeah.
There are just as many removal spells that I've had in my hand that have sat there for just as long as Warping Wail.
Right.
Or similar things where I need to fork something specific or whatever. So I'm holding up the same mana and the same play pattern. Like
Right.
it's
It's justifiable. I don't think it's dead
justifiable.
wrong to play it. I just don't like it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it works 50% of the time, 100% of the time. Like, it's fine.
But a lot of cards are like that in Magic, right?
Right. Yeah. No. It really in Magda specifically. Yeah. Like half the deck.
But most importantly with this card, it does not like it's like okay, it's about as dead as hand as every other modal spell that we have in the deck, and that's good. It's not necessarily an indictment. The indictment of the card comes in. What are the opportunity costs of running it to begin with? And that's where that's where it becomes a little bit dicier and starts trending below the I should build my deck around this.
Yeah.
So I will
I
note
know.
that my newest iteration of my deck has removed it.
Yeah, not because it's bad,
Yeah.
because other cards are better, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Robert. I know I have the dissenting opinion here, but like that is definitely confirmation bias. Of just you have too small of a sample size for that to be a thing. But yeah, I mean it's fine. You can play it if you want to be on like that version of the list. It's just they're like I like basic lands. I'm
He
on
was
Winter
saying
Moon.
he
I'm
was
sure we'll
saying that
get there in a bit. Yeah.
he was saying that it had done nothing. Is
Right. Generally
okay.
speaking, yeah. And that's my opinion of just like it probably just does nothing.
All right.
But like we can't really confirm it. We have too small of a sample size. But I do appreciate the support, Robert.
So what I'm gonna hop to Winter Moon because I think contrasting Winter
Yeah.
Moon and Wail as far as like deck building
It'll
costs.
make some points. Yeah.
Because I want to actually look at our deck, mine and show's deck list real quick and show you guys what we've cut. Because that's not in my because it happened last night and we didn't put it in the slideshow. So Torb's already here.
It's important to understand that when we go over the things that we've changed, it's because of the concept of like we're trying without God Pharaoh statue to see how that changes games for us, etc.
Right. So
it's a testing
sure
thing.
So
go ahead.
So we've already talked about why Winter Moon is why Winter Moon's pretty good because it just everyone runs super greedy consultation style land bases where they're on 2 to 4 tops and you just generally can just get people. They've already searched for their 2 fetch lands and now those fetch lands don't untap. Or 2 shocks
Dual
or
lands.
duels, right? That's
Yeah.
what I meant. Yeah. So somewhere between 12 and 14 is the sweet spot number. We'll look at the math in a second, but it very much is that around there. Oh yeah, Magus is non-negotiable at this point because Dockside was their get out of jail free card, and now Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon are just phenomenal.
So great.
Yeah,
They got the secret layer version.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. No, the secret layer is so good. If you like Bloodborne, it looks gorgeous. So that's the big question with this deck is it worth not running certain utility lands? And the question I've found is that most of these utility lands exist for the 1 in 100 or the 1 in like 50 game synergy combos where
it's mostly with Magda the Horde Master.
Well, so for 3 of them, it's Magda the Horde Master. Hammerheim, Shinka, and Barbering are great. Oh, Barbering's different. Hammerheim and Shinka, they both operate well with Magda the Horde Master, but we have a lot of removal. We've added so much removal. We're getting that incidental value everywhere. And if I ever get to play it, which I've seen it like 3 times since it came out. Sad. But Silkenzon really only combos with Masquid Nexus, which is not the place where I want this thing to be. So
I've used it exactly once in 2 years.
I have used it exactly once in 2 years, exactly.
It goes back to my core philosophy of if you have to put if in a justification for a card, it's probably not good. It's probably not as good as you think it is.
Yeah, and the if here is like if I get these 2 cards together that I'm not tutoring for generally.
Yeah, if I have Magda the Horde Master in play, it works.
Right.
Like Blood Moon it works 100% of the time. It's just there.
And just running these fewer cards means that Blood Moon works a little bit better. And the thing is,
more consistent.
You're not like losing anything. The great thing about this is we used to play under Winter Winter Orb, right? We used to play that in the hard stacks variant, and now we're just getting to play a better version of Winter Orb that just asks us to play a land base that just makes our mulligans just free. Like that's not a bad place to be. And when you're
and we have so many. Go ahead, sorry.
No, please.
I said, and we have so many other ways to commit crimes in the list that the opportunity cost is negligible, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, realistically, the chance of hitting Shinka or Hammerheim with Magda the Horde Master in a hand like first 7 cards is 0.86% or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's still less than 1%.
Right.
Right.
And they're like specifically for Magda the Horde Master, just like in this scenario, we have so many other ways to commit crimes with cards that already commit like that already progress our game plan, that the opportunity cost is just 0.
Right.
Like Magda's great to have around, but it's not. There's a reason we play Outlaw, right? And not the other Magda, like the Magda we're talking about, right? We run this Magda for a reason. So and subsequently they work so well together that like the opportunity we can put it in the deck and not run any specific cards to enable that Magda, and just it works very well with the game plan that progresses our current Magda game plan. Oh shit, Tour God. Hey buddy.
What up? Sorry, I was walking around. Didn't even notice that I was on.
No, you're good.
You're good?
You weren't on yet. You have to press the button.
Oh, good. Good.
You weren't hot micing or anything.
You want to riff? You want to riff on this?
No, I mean, you guys have. I think you guys have brought up a ton of good points. I mean, it's especially now with, I mean, game's a little bit slower. It's not like we've totally hit the brakes, but game's definitely a little bit slower. It's just a card that does a lot of damage, in the right situation, and obviously, not as good as Blood Moon and Magus, but just another good card to kind of more or less target people's mana bases. So yeah, I don't know.
Keep people
I
on
like it.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
What's that? Winter Moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, Winter Moon's just good. You just kind of play it, and it's good on turn 2. It's good on turn 6. Like after like huge counter battle, you go into your turn, and you're just like, oh well, I can't win, but all of you guys have 5 untapped or 5 tapped, non-basics. Like we're slowing this game way the fuck down. Just
Yeah, exactly. It just keeps you in it, no matter almost no matter
and
what.
most importantly, the opportunity cost is negligible. It's not warping well.
So
right, yeah. So that was the question that Nick brought up. Yeah. Go ahead.
So
You got it.
Nick, in order to make Warping Wail technically worth running, which we've gone over, is that you need at least a 50% chance in your opening hand to see a colorless land. 10 colorless lands or colorless producing lands is where that number is. It's at 53.7%. So anything above 10 is technically viable to run, and every sort of mana base that you're going to see is going to be on your Ancient Tomb, your Cavern of Souls, your Command Beacon. Most are going to be on Fomori Vault. Everyone's on Gemstone Caverns. We have to run Holdout Settlement, Mutavault, and Survivor's Encampment. Our Treasure Vault is been in the deck forever, and then Urza's Saga. So otherwise, you basically just have to add one more land, and then you're good. As far as the minimum math to make the card potentially worth running. You can run both. You can run 14 or 13 mountains and still have enough to make Winter Moon viable, while also having Warping Wail turned on, enough to potentially be worth running.
The short of it is that you have to run 10 color. You have to alter your mana base and commit to 10 colorless lands to have a 50-50 shot of it working.
All right. I think we're losing the forest for the trees on terms of like what that altering actually looks like. So I'm gonna pull up my deck list and show everyone real quick. Yeah, well, actually, I'll do that. All right. So let me pull up
visual view.
Yeah, where's the view? Visual grid. All right, cool. So I got 14. So here's our so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I didn't touch my mana base whatsoever to do this. Ironically, Wail requires less.
Because we went up to 29 lands.
Exactly. And I would be comfortable running Wail and Winter Moon right now. I just don't think Winter Moon Wail is. Yeah, I'll drop my link. It's been dropped in there before, but I'll get you.
Just a side note, I need to buy that Blood Moon. That
It
is
is very,
sick.
it is gorgeous, dude. It looks better in person.
I'm running from the Dark Blood Moon right now, and like that's just better.
So the reality is that you don't actually lose anything by running both. You lose the slot, right? The slot is what matters to me right now, and I would rather run flute, for example, than I'd rather run flute than warping whale.
You're on a gamble?
No, not on gamble. Gamble's in the sideboard.
Oh, the sideboard. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, these are all my sideboards. So here's what I cut for my Winter Moon package. I cut Barbarian Ring, Edoras, Shinka, and Sonkenzan. Volatile Fault was cut much earlier for Talon Gates, and I think,
Talon Gates is so good.
yeah, and that's for obvious reasons because it's just a better card.
And if you're on Talon Gates and you're not on Urza's Cave, like they're kind
You're
of
not on.
you should try
peanut
to find,
butter and jelly.
Yeah, they are.
You're not on Rending Volley, which is surprising. But go on.
I took Rending Volley out because we have too many green targets and black targets. I wanted something
That's fair.
a little more universal. So that's why I'm on what am I on?
Ghostfire Slice.
Yeah, that's why I went on Ghostfire Slice because it does a couple of
So
things.
we're on Ghostfire. Yeah, no, that's very true. I mean, it kills Timna just as effectively. So.
Yeah, it kills Timna. It
It
kills.
just can't be touted.
It kills Seedborn it kills Seedborn because there's always going to be a Kinnan attached to her hip, and
Or a Thrasios.
Or a Thrasios, yeah, exactly.
I feel like Ghostfire is a really good call. I'm gonna make that switch. It's
and
good.
the reason Great Furnace is still in is because of Metalcraft. We need it for Galvanic. We need it for
Hell yeah.
for Mox Opal. So you gotta.
Not a
And
problem.
also it's important in the situation that I was talking about earlier, where you're fighting through Grafdigger's Cage, you need mana, and you can tutor out your Treasure Vault and your Great Furnace, and have enough mana to cast anything that you need to.
Yep. And yeah,
That's fair.
Yeah, it makes red mana. That's the only mana you need. So let's look at the math real quick. Is it worth not running Warping Whale? Well, as we've discussed, I think this was before we had come to the realization that it wasn't actually that impactful to run. It wasn't that detrimental to run both. So realistically, I do think Winter Moon is more generically good. If you're
In
running
the current
just,
meta, I agree.
and yeah, we're seeing a lot more Sultai, a lot more Bant plus than we are seeing Jund plus. If we were seeing a ton of Jund, we would be seeing Culling Ritual every game, but we're not. So it's just not worth it. It's basically a single mode that does the same thing every other burn spell we have does. So just run more burns, run a better burn spell, run more efficient and more like the not running more basics gets you better mulls anyway.
Truth.
So the parity thing is just if you have three mount, like my ideal space when breaking parity is I want to be breaking like 3 lands where each opponent's only untapping 1 each. It does break parity.
It does.
It breaks parity on the lands just because they have rocks to get around it. It just means that the stack piece isn't hitting all parts of their mana.
It also shuts off Cradle.
Right.
No, it doesn't shut off Cradle. It makes it so that Cradle is the only thing that they can untap.
Right.
Sure, and I mean if they're untapping just Cradle,
Means they're only
in
getting
this
one
scenario.
card. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Right.
So like Itchy, the thing is like you don't have to play this if someone is ahead. Like sure, it's a quote unquote dead in hand card if you think that the Kinnan player is not going to be affected as much as the other people.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's not Kinnan, then it's specifically a Thrasios player and they have 2 mana rocks. They have 1 actual land that they can untap per turn plus their mana rocks. Like sure, it's slightly ahead, but they're not getting an activation.
Yep.
Right. I mean, like, Itchy, take the win here. Like, we're on Ghostfire Slice now. You win.
Yep.
But no, I mean it's Winter Moon's a good card. It doesn't really like the opportunity cost is much lower than Warping Whale. Like, is it worth it? The answer is yes.
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think
Generally speaking,
the math is here, and I'll let you guys look at it for a second. But honestly, because of how we've discussed like its negligible requirements in a post 29 land meta or like the deck building like convention effectively, it's just not really a cost. So the numbers don't really matter all that much.
if you don't want to run it, play Disruptor Flute.
Now we get to talk about Mishra's Workshop.
Yeah, a card nobody in this chat is on, but we've done some math on. So,
well, there are people that are playing Turbo Stacks. So
in the 4 people that are at the table.
Yes, none of us are actively running it.
Right.
No.
So yeah, go for it.
The upside's high.
Mishra's Workshop is essentially a ritual for artifacts only that is stuck onto a land. So it requires very specific opening hands for it to have value, and going into the mid game, you're guaranteed to get more value, right? Usually, a package of cards that would be considered a shop package are things like Trinisphere, Tanglewire, Maskwood, Uba Mask, which is seeing play specifically in hard stacks lists, Thorn of Amethyst, which even some hard stacks lists are not running, Damping Sphere, and Sphere of Resistance.
Nexus.
Your vehicles, and then your big cost things such as GPS, Nexus would be coming, Galleon, Mycosynth, and if you can somehow get the mana to play it either way, Portal to Phyrexia. So it has a very high ceiling. It also deals with specifically turbo decks in the scenarios where you need to have a turn 1 or turn 2 something like a Trinisphere or a Tanglewire or something of that nature. But because our deck functions at the lower end of the spectrum, making things cost more essentially turns it into a rule of law for ourselves. So it changes the play patterns of your opening hands consistently. If you are looking to play the extra stacks pieces that warrant running something like this. So whereas most of the lists would go, okay, I'm going to go turn 1 Dwarf, turn 2 Magda, like that's where I'm trying to put myself.
That's
the
where
other
we
list, right? The other list might go turn 1 Dwarf, turn 2 Tanglewire or Sphere of Resistance, turn 3 Magda, and then start from there. Like, but when you're playing things like Trinisphere or you're playing things like Thorn of Amethyst or Sphere of Resistance, it makes all of your interaction cost more. So if you're on a mid-range version of the list like we are, where we're on 17 instance, 16 instance, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage by playing the game plan that you're looking to play. But in a realistic sense, if you're thinking about, okay, well, I want to have an opening hand that consists of Workshop and Trinisphere. I want to stop the Rogsai. Well, for that particular pair of cards, you have a 0.43% chance. Seeing Workshop in your opening hand is approximately 7%. Seeing it within your first 2 mulligans is 20%. Seeing it within your first 3 mulligans is around 28%, I believe. Seeing it your first 10 cards is 10, and your mulligans plus going to 10 cards total is, or technically 4, is 27%. So, like, if you think about the artifact dwarves, its chance to be seen with 5 total artifact dwarves is 2.18. If you go up a little bit, then it gets a little bit better, right? Probably closer to the 4% range, which if you're mulliganing to 6 or 5, it goes from like 6 to 8%. So there's not a lot of mathematical value as far as what this can bring you. You have to think about it in a way of, if I have this card, what does it enable? And if you're on 30 artifacts, you have a 6.49% chance to see an artifact. Then you have to think about, okay, these artifacts that I'm seeing, how many of them are 2 to 6 mana? How many of them are 1 to 6? are my play patterns going to allow for a turn 1 or a turn 2 XYZ? Do I need to see 2 or more artifacts at a time? So if you want to see 2 artifacts with only thinking of things 2 to 6 mana, and you're not guaranteed to have shop in your hand, as in you're not considering, if I have this, is the rest of my hand good? You're going to 3.22% chance, which is very low for 21 artifacts. If you think it's around 27, it goes to a 4.3%. So where I'm going with this is the lower and lower that you get in your opening hand, even if you have things that can technically make things work, you are entirely, again, changing your play pattern into I'm stacking the board until I can hopefully get back in this game.
Right. Because you're time walking
Yeah,
yourself
this-
on turn 2, effectively.
Yeah, Mistra's Workshop is the quintessential example of a trap card. And what I mean by that is if you go by traditional evaluations of opportunity cost to play cards, you're like, oh, it's just a land slot. And there's a lot of upside to this card. Like, it seems like a pretty low opportunity cost. But what most people don't realize, as Sho just eloquently explained, Workshop warps your deck and your deck building and mulligan decisions in such a way that potentially, if you have it, you could have explosive starts, right? And the fact that we as a Magda community have an entire deck list category devoted to Magda decks that play workshops should show you, or should be a good indicator to you of how much it can potentially warp your deck. The card is generally not worth it. The Sealy, it's one of those magical Christmas lands, where you go like turn 1, Mishra's Workshop, Lotus Petal, the One Ring, turn 2, Nexus of Becoming, put in a Blood Moon, like a Magus of the Moon, that's an artifact, you know what I mean? Things of that nature. But it's, generally speaking, the card is not worth playing. The math supports it, and you should not be on it.
So to give you an idea, if you're mulliganing down to 5, and you're like, I want to play something that's an artifact, I know that I need Workshop for it, and I also need extra lands to make sure that I can play Magda, or because it's a a Trinosphere or a Sphere of Resistance, that I'm going to need more stuff to play specific things, like the chance of 2 lands, Workshop specifically, and then any 2 artifacts, given that you're on like 30 artifacts, is 0.19%.
This whole
the whole magical Christmas land sort of thing is just really where you want to drive it home. Again, the math makes it look fucking terrible, but there are plenty of times where you get this in your first 7 and you're like, okay, this makes this hand gas. So like, it's a very confirmation bias heavy card.
Right.
Size.
You'll always count the times where it saved your hand from being garbage, or it just lets you pop off in a way where no one could really contest you because you had a stacks piece followed by another stacks piece, and now no one's untapping their lands and no one's drawing cards. He just like did Orb of Dreams plus Uba or something crazy like that, and you're happy in the situations, and you just win the game because no one can do anything for the rest of it. But now you don't
also have to think about the board states that you need beforehand. So like Elspeth has been praising Tanglewire to the sun throughout this entire thing. So let's think about it in regards to Tanglewire. You play turn 1 land, you play turn 2 shop, and now you have Dwarf Tanglewire, but you don't have the mana to replay Magda.
Yep.
So like you have to either tap a Dwarf and then go down. You're not really getting a whole lot of value from it in those turns where you want to be generating treasures.
Yep.
There's a lot of board states, especially early, where Tanglewire, unless you also have a pseudo-magical Christmas land, is not going to give you the value that you really want, especially in situations where you're playing against decks that can get extra value from things like their like if you're playing against Kinnan, it doesn't really matter. They're going to use their artifact. They're going to make an extra 2 mana. They're going to play another dork, and then they weathered the storm. And maybe you made a treasure off of the fact that you had your Tangle Wire out. There are plenty of situations where Tangle Wire or similar effects will just put another player in position to take over the game.
Yeah. It is
So
a
like
second-
it's a very double-edged sword, and again, Tangle Wire is another card similar to Shop, where when it does its thing and it does its thing well, that's what you remember.
Right.
Yeah, if you want to play the long shot, go to a casino. Do not put Mishra's Workshop in your deck and take it to a tournament. We were looking for consistency.
There are
Like,
enough
it's not
things
good.
that like if you put it in as an extra land on top of something else because you feel it is a worthwhile ritual card for fast mana, then that is an argument that you can make. But if you're staying on like 29 lands or whatever and you're putting it in, there is some detriment to doing so.
Card's bad. Don't play it.
Card. There's been a period where it was a more viable card, and right now it just isn't. I try not to lay out like I'm gonna say strictly what's the word? Like strict, objectively bad. It's just not. It doesn't make sense in a lot of builds right now. So I wouldn't.
I don't think it's objectively bad. I think that there are problems that you can incur with having it that usually outweigh the benefits. But like I said, there are situations where depending on how you're building your deck and you as a pilot, your specific play patterns, if you're fishing for stacks early, that's going to be more beneficial and you're going to see better use cases out of it than, a mid-range deck going on it. So this is one of those things where not only do you have to consider if the math is worth it, you have to consider are the play patterns that it encourages the type of play patterns that you as a player are looking to have regardless.
Yeah. So
Behold the field
so
all the Mishra's Workshops you should be playing, and see that it is barren.
Okay. We get it.
But also,
Go.
if you have one and you're off of it, just send it to me. I'll take care of it.
Right.
It's not going to work out.
I want to talk to the chat for a second because first, Kev, yes, absolutely. This is going to be freely available. The video will be available for you to watch in chunks, and the document itself will be available to you to pour through. In response, you asked if Tangle is both a stacked and a proactive piece. Absolutely. It just happens to be one of those cards where you forget the times where it's a clunky card where you have to really mold your sequencing around how value negative it can be to your own board state unless Magda's already there, and you have to play Magda and probably another dwarf before it becomes excellent. Otherwise,
it's also seat order dependent.
Yes,
as to when it's most powerful.
Yes.
Very true. If you're in last seat, it's a lot worse.
Right.
And in this day and age, you're playing Tangle Wire usually on turn 4, not earlier.
Yeah, I mean.
With our slower manas.
Right. Tangle Wire was great when we could JLo out Magda and then.
So good.
And then play land, Mana Crypt, Tangle Wire. And then on turn 2,
right?
Yeah, and you just got that game. You had it. We don't have that anymore. We can't.
No. Tangle Wire is much like I don't view Tangle Wire as a stacks piece anymore. I view Tangle Wire as a tap enabler that you play at usually turn 4 or after.
Right. It kind of speed bumps the mid game.
Right. I'm playing I view it almost like another vehicle, which is I know probably not correct, but generally speaking, I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna be able to play this Tangle Wire. I'm gonna be able to tap 4 dwarves, right, or 3 dwarves, whatever. I'm not playing it to as a stacks piece. I'm just playing it as a mid to late game stacks enabler. That could potentially slow down Kinnan, maybe. But generally, I'm just playing it to tap my own shit.
Oh my goodness, my cat is just screaming at me. I don't know if you guys can hear that.
No, you're good, Bubba.
So the other thing is that I wanted to mention is that in a world where you're playing a super turbo-oriented Magda, where you're just like jamming all of the cheap dwarves, robo dwarves, that's not a terrible place for Shop and Tangle Wire to exist because you're getting robo dwarves onto the field, all while you're developing your stats pieces without much opportunity cost. But it's a very particular build, and I yeah, sorry about the cat.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, he's adorable, but like it falls into the purgatory category in Magda of fully justifiable card. No one will fault you for playing it. Very weird consensus on where the card stands.
Yeah, I would agree. Oops. Apologies. I tried to jump into the...
Apparently Dwarf Day's over.
No, Dwarf Day's not over. Give me 1 second.
Wow.
Fucking cat.
I respect it.
So I was going to post a picture of the cat in the chat with my phone, but of course, when you try to go to the chat on mobile...
Did you ever get your hands on the... Did you ever manage to get your cat in that wingsuit or whatever?
Yeah, I did. I sent you a picture.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Alright, so... no. So we have a little bit left before we go into Q&A, and we just like chat for a bit. Usually Dwarf Day goes 4 hours, 5 hours if we're unlucky, and but this is gonna be a pretty quick one. And I might even just skip the top 16s and just leave them there for your edification later. But we have a lot of top 4s, and I will go through them in placement order, not age order, because all of these are since the bans. So that's we're talking about 45 days. So this is this is Rust's list as per
22 hours ago.
Yeah. So
clock blocked.
So let's look at he hasn't changed it too much in the last 2 weeks, has he?
I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll compare.
He's on Soul
It's Rust we're talking about here.
Oh yeah. Everyone loves their funny bits. Where's my Magda lists? Oh dear, no, that's not it. That's my old list.
That was August.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Okay, 1 second. I make too many decks.
Yes, you do.
Clock Tua.
I look like fucking Ian over here. So, Russ is on a very particular build. He's opted for a heavy investment in Warping Wail mana. He also values Stoke the Flames as a pseudo vehicle. He likes Vault Rubber for the reason we like Vault Rubber, and he likes Simeon Spirit Guide for the reason that people that are on like a slightly faster build like it. And he's been on Blasphemous Act basically for the last year and a half. He likes that card a lot.
Yep.
He hasn't given up on Molten
The
Duplication.
shit goes burr with Godrak.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess you have to get it really cheap before it does. But realistically, the only card that I would say is a head scratcher for me is Molten Duplication, as a the most counterable Robo Dwarf in the game. And I've never understood using the card outside of the context of Dockside or Dualcaster Mage. I feel like without both of those cards, it's very much a Dead and Gone.
It's a huge commitment. It's a huge commitment for Molten to be sorcery.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah, Stoke the Flame is a good card. I've come around on it, and if I need more removal, this probably is the one I go up. I don't think I will though, because I'm on like 17. I think Mobile Homestead is like equivalent to Mobile Garrison. It's a much worse card in utility, but it's one less mana is such a big difference.
I'd probably go down that up Ghostfire Slice or Winter Moon if he's not on Winter Moon.
What I'll say is
He's
that
not on
Molten
the game.
Duplication is the swap out from Metallic Mimic in what I consider like a standard list, and it's Metallic is just like so good. It 2 mana is important. The fact that it can be played off a Soul Ring on turn 1 is also important.
The most important thing to understand about Metallic Mimic is you can politic to say, I am going to play Magda to put it out of Bowmaster range, and then I'm going to swing my Mimic into someone so I'm no longer a threat to just win off 5 treasures.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's a thing you can do.
You can.
Yeah, it's
You're not saying
it's
you
fully
should,
justifiable.
He's also
but
not on adaptive. And I
he's
think
not
that's a
on
mistake.
adaptive either.
Yeah, I like.
You knew that because he offered to sell you his
Yeah.
serialized version.
But
Is that still for sale? What?
no, it's mine.
Damn it.
I got it on layaway.
Give you $1.
Got it on layaway. But realistically, he must just not see Bowmaster as much as we do. Like,
I mean,
honestly,
that's got to be it.
like I would be playing so much more scared than he is with this kind of card choice. But
I mean, Russ
he
is like,
wins.
just do they have it? Like,
Yeah. I mean, to a certain
Yeah.
extent, he definitely is. Yeah. So the only really big one is he's trying to test out Soulstone. It's probably not going to pan out, but that's more of a tester. He didn't win with us. This card wasn't out when he won that game, or when he was top 2.
card's bad.
Let's go to the next one.
Card may be bad. Yep. So this is Andrew bought from the vault CDH 18.
This is almost a carbon copy of Gustavo's list, if I remember right.
All right, let me compare it to mine just so it's easier to.
Oh, it's on Jessica's will.
We're on Jessica's will.
I'm not.
I'm
Okay.
testing it.
Well, yep, definitely. So there's.
Where's on Thorn?
So yeah, so
We have shops lists.
oh, it certainly
This is a hard stacks list.
yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, no. So that's the thing here. This is a hard stacks list that looks to utilize pretty much all the Robo Dwarves. Is it still on Null Rod?
No.
Jeez.
He's on fucking Karn.
Yeah.
He's on Karn. He's on all
Come
the stacks pieces basically, with the exception of Grafdigger's Cage. And the reason they don't run Grafdigger's Cage is because they can't win through it.
Right. So something to point out: there's a particular element or a particular version of the deck that absolutely will say, I don't care about redundancy. I don't care about pivot points in the comboing portion. I'm going to play the game plan I want to play, make it very hard for my opponents to win, and just win through that game plan. I don't care if I stop the particular game plan that I'm not going to stop the game that hoses my I'm not going to use a stacks piece that hoses a very prominent game plan if it stops me from winning, because I don't want to play Spine.
Well, this list is on Cage.
Is it?
Yeah, look right above your mouse. Go up,
No, that's
right there.
his list.
Yeah, this is my list.
His list is
okay.
at the top. So the notable cards that Andrew is not running.
Let's just start at the top.
3 vehicles.
Yeah.
He's not on 3 vehicles. He's not on Torpor Orb. He's not on Pyrokinesis. He's not on Chromox. Not on Battered Golem or Maskwood Nexus. Not on Academy Manufacturer, Untimely Malfunction, Lotus Petal, Urza's Cave, Siege Smash, or Axguard Cavalry. And instead, they're on more stacks.
Yep.
They're on more actual
He's just on the
Robo.
game plan, yeah.
He's on more actual Robo Dwarves, as opposed to the Robo Dwarves that like are technically artifacts.
Yeah.
On Uba Mask to try to shut down some card draw, which is fine, but it's still susceptible to Drannith Magistrate. And then they're on Gimli, which confuses me in this current meta.
I don't like it.
And Relic of Legends as a way to tap Magda or whatever and still generate mana so that they can get 2 mana from their Relic of Legends in 1 turn cycle.
Also, Mike is
Bro's like, I'm
with,
gonna cast. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Karn and fucking get Myco Synth. That's brutal.
I mean, it works. It does win games, but like,
I guess.
I mean, it's a very specific list, and it works. Like this deck archetype wins at least 3 times a year, or like tops at least 3 times a year. I see it every once in a while. It's not bad.
What is the line?
I would
What
say
is the line with
specifically
Apple?
with Apple of Eden, it's just take your opponent's shit.
Yeah,
Make sure they can interact.
Blue farm doesn't have a hand right now.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
it's a very good protection piece. And if you're doing a very proactive, like I'm gonna turbo stacks you out, and then you're not gonna have the answers for when I actually can win. It's very good for that. It's just, unfortunately, and I would love to have Gustavo up here more often, to talk about the deck building choices, because
I don't think that Gustavo is active in our server at all.
no,
Unfortunately.
he's not. Yeah, I mean,
We gotta get that guy in there.
I mean, I would love to hit and talk more, because I think it's good for the community to have more diverse opinions on this, because bluntly, I would never build this deck list. I wouldn't want to play this list, but I would love for someone who is good at it, has actively piloted it, and knows why the deck works, or this version of the deck works, and like feels confident in it, can evangelize that to some subsect of the community, because Magda gets stronger when the diversity of our options, threats, stacks pieces, very much when it's diverse.
When there's a lot of unknowns.
When there's a lot of unknowns, people they do respect us more, but they can't plan well enough.
I mean, just like DM him, offer him some tokens to come on next Dwarf Day.
Yeah. That's a good idea. We'll give tokens for Dwarf Day. Yeah, no. So I'm not on Pyro right now, and I haven't been on Pyro for a while, because it's the freest SWAT on the planet. Bluntly.
Yeah, I'm on Blast.
Reb is good. Tibalt's Trickery is better.
It's so good.
The thing I'm countering is never worse than the thing I've countered, or the thing that flips is never worse than the thing I've countered. Like, and if it is, I was gonna lose if I didn't play the Tibalt's Trickery anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I would have countered, because we're not playing control. We're trying to stop the bad.
I trickeried into a Bowmasters the other day. Felt real bad, but not letting confirmation bias get me down, buddy. Just
yeah, Reb.
The odds of that happening twice.
So Reb is distinctly better, because Reb can't be swatted unless there's another blue permanent or spell.
Facts. Okay.
And Reb's basically in there. I don't care about people drawing cards anymore. It's not really there to counter the Ristic Study. It's almost exclusively there to put my thumb on the counter war and ensure I don't lose the game, because the Rockside player had 4 pieces of interaction instead of 3.
Or to protect that one time that you need to cast your Clock of Omens from your hand.
Right.
It protects your warping well.
No. It does, but so that's that. So let me close this. So next is Wookiees. I think they have.
Wookiee is basically Rustless, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Oh no, this isn't the one that's exactly like Rustless. That's
I'll signal the wife.
All right, gentlemen. I have to step away. I am loaded.
Okay.
So
You about to get
I'll be muted, and if it's been fun, guys. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, of course, bud. Love your commentary.
And bye bye.
And the memes.
Oh, of course, the memes.
This is a weird one.
Oh yeah, this is the weird one.
Yeah, and I'll say it without. I'll use weird in like a not positive way, because there's some cards that are like necessary. I'll say at this point, Return the Favor, Flare of Duplication, Siege Smash, and Sudden Shock.
Our Siege Smash is arguable. Sudden Shock is still arguable.
Okay, Return the Favor and Flare of Duplication for sure. It makes me ask questions. Tel'Jalad, Stylus, and Realm Scorcher Hellkite is such a strange choice. in this.
Especially if they're on Barkform Harvester and they have other win lines.
Right. Not to pick on Cubbies, but this is like we said Elixir was like a weird choice once you've made a decision to run Barkform, right? And you can utilize good cards that are good in slot that facilitate a broader set of utility use cases that replace what Elixir would be bringing to the table. In the fact that we're running like Realm Scorcher, Hellkite, and Tel'Gelad Stylus as our outlet, effectively, it's very strange to me. But it won. It won, so I can't, or it didn't win. It got like 9th or something. No, second.
No, it got second.
It's also in a very different meta, but I don't see a world in which you don't play Return the Favor and Flare of Duplication. Is a Sea of Dreams, is that a Asian tournament? Because there's a lot of cost related issues in Asian tournaments. You'll see Japanese tournaments, yeah. You'll see a lot of Japanese tournaments run suboptimal land bases and like new like chase cards that are expensive, like not running One Ring, for example, like 6 months ago, but when it was really expensive. So there's possibly an issue with running cheap cards like monetarily, but it's a weird middle ground deck. It doesn't exactly it runs quite a bit less tempo. It's running one less vehicle. Tangle Wire is defensible. The only way I see this like being exceptional is that post Infinite Treasures it has a very simple win con that just does the thing. But yeah, no. I probably agree with you. I think at this point, Realm Scorcher Hellkite is not really a defensible card in the same way that the human that does the pinging on a treasure enter is not really defensible for like optimal versions of the deck.
So
yeah,
this is the tournament that Kona won.
Kona's seems like it's a kind of a fringe deck. So I'm not sure what that says about the like overall power level of that tournament.
Its top 4 was Magda, Kona, Talion, Rark, Violet.
Okay, interesting. All right, so moving on to October Extra 1K by Todd the Clinician. Yeah, that was post ban. The ban happened right as Duskmourn was happening, I think.
It was October 19th is when this tournament happened.
Yeah, Kona is viable. It's just like it's very weird. I'm gonna build it. It's definitely gonna be my mono green deck. Finally, they gave me a stacks deck that I can play mono green. Fantastic.
Yeah, I don't think it was an Asian tournament, by the way. So.
Oh, really? Is it West Coast then?
I don't know where it was.
Okay. Usually when they put C in the name, it's an SEA reference.
Potentially, but
like CEDH, like SEA CEDH,
yeah.
Right? I've seen that before. Anyway, not important. This list got first, and the big things are it's in the shop package with Karn and Mycosynth and Trinisphere, Bloodhound Pretender. It's running more Robo Dwarfs. It's running slightly more acceleration for that reason.
No Mana Vault.
Yeah, that's going to be a cost thing. I don't know. Especially in that version. It could be a Seattle reference. You're not wrong. But yeah, no. This deck is basically just doing like turbo stacks things with more, but and it's off a lot of interaction,
Off Plundering Barbarian.
which because they're not on Null Rod and they can. Yeah, the weird thing is you can't search Karn. So for me, like the Mycosynth Lattice combo feels a little bit awkward. Well, I'm assuming that the Amber is just to increase the likelihood that if you play Shop, you're going to have a backup to it. I mean, it work the Karn Myxa thing seems to work for a very particular kind of like Turbo Stacks version. And while I used to play that version of the deck, it's not my preferred version to play. I don't think it's worse. I just don't think it's just one I don't like to play. I like the utility that a lot of these cards bring. All right, later, Aaron. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm starting to flag too. Let's look at fourth, the last chance CEDH qualifier. I think that's the top deck qualifier, or is that SCG?
I don't
know.
Later, Aaron.
So yeah, it's on the Wail package. This is just more or less Rust list. Yeah, no, it's like explicitly Rust list.
It's Rust list with Regavan.
Yeah. Okay.
And Homeward Path.
Yep. Okay.
Emergent Zone.
Nothing spicy here. Rust list works fine for Rust, and we point people in that direction.
Pyroblast. It's just a couple different cards. That's all.
Yeah. No.
And then Moose is on Rust lists.
Okay. I am. I'll check it, but
I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
He might not be on Mox Diamond. I think he was on an extra 2 dwarves or something over 2 things before. Nope, he's on Mox Diamond now.
He's on Crystal Vein as well.
Yep, Rust is on Crystal Vein or was.
I don't think he's on it right now, but he was. He probably was at the time of the tournament.
Yeah, this is Rust's list with 3 tree.
Yep. I will eventually find it.
Opposed to Mox Diamond. Yeah, it's on 3 tree opposed to Mox Diamond.
Yep, that makes sense.
More
filtering is good.
Yep.
More news at 11. So
I think it's important to understand that there are 2 stacks or hard, like turbo stacks or hard stacks decks, and then the rest of them are basically like mid-range.
Some flavor of mid-range tempo, and like when I say mid-range, I think like it is value generation, but I think it is also like the tempo aspect is. There's very few decks that do the tempo thing as much as we do.
Right.
Yuriko is a good example of a tempo deck.
They have a lot of kill spells
that are free but have numbers in their mana cost. God, I love that deck so much, even though it doesn't win anything. So before we get into Q&A, which we might have some, I just want to talk about like stuff on the horizon for the community. Other than the giveaway, not much. We'll have another Dwarf Day. Probably in the run-up, maybe right as the final Aether Drift spoilers come out. If that's in January, I'm not sure if it's in. When does Aether Drift
January.
Come out? Yeah,
January.
It'll be good for us because we need a break from spoilers. Foundation's actually pretty nice. Yeah, Cubbies, you'll find that all of my favorite decks absolutely shit on Magda. I don't know why I'm like this, but I do love every deck that ruins Magda's day.
You're a fucking masochist.
Dude, it's so fun to remember what it's like and be on the other side. But we'll catch up. As far as I am aware, do we have spoilers for Aether Drift yet? We have
3 whole cards.
3 whole cards, and the fact that we do know we have an artifact equipment planeswalker. That's the only thing we know aside from Duretti. I mean, that's a yeah. It's a okay card. probably going to be stupid in Pioneer. But we know we're going to get a lot of artifact creatures. We know we're going to get a lot of vehicles, and we know we're probably going to get some dwarves because if Kaladesh is on menu, then we're going to get dwarves. So we're going to have a very we've had nothing but bangers except for Foundations. Basically, every set has given us a phenomenal card going back into Caverns of Ixalan, and it's because there's a dwarf toiling away in the mines of WotC. I don't know who they are, but I bless them in their lineage. So that's on the horizon. We'll talk about it next time, but because we're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about, I'm sure. This is just something I bring up at the end of every Dwarf Day, even though I have no energy to run or participate in scrimmage pods after the Dwarf Day, and that's usually how it is. We won't have dwarves in Tarkir Dragonstorm, but we might get a good dragon, and I'll take that. But yeah, the scrimmage pod best practices is something I like to incentivize for people that want to, want to use the spell table bot to get some games together on the server. Try to keep it to one Magda at the table because you're rarely ever going to play against another Magda. More so now than you were, but it's better to be prepared to get hated out by non-Magda players. So yeah, 2 meta decks, which is usually going to be Blue X and Blue Farm, and Simic Plus, Blue Farm, Rogsai, Sisay, and then something that's like weird like Kona. Playing with 2 stack stacks in a pod is usually good practice because that's your good matchup. 2 stacks, a stack stack, and then 2 other decks. Doesn't matter what the other decks are. You're pretty favored in that kind of matchup. A control deck and two turbo decks, or a control deck, or a turbo deck and 2 mid range lists. That's less good. More answers, less, and they're gonna have more answers for you. But so try out a lot of different variations of pod composition. Use the Mulligan bot to set up pods if you want to play just like against meta decks. It can randomize for you, and you can get some truly random stuff going, and that'll be good for learning against how to play Magda and learning how to play against Magda, which will always make you better at playing Magda because you'll learn how your opponents see your windows. Play at Comp Rel. Don't do takebacks. Try to be very intentional with declaring passing a priority. Get very good at that, even in pickup games, because if you're habits are good to have. Good habits are good to have, I guess. Take pictures of your mulligans and your hands, and pass them off to the group and see, hey, what should I have played into this pod, and did I keep it the right time? That is usually good information to get from the crowd, and get comfortable revealing information when it's appropriate. When you're trying to make a hard sell on protecting Magda with politics, sometimes handing over some information to an opponent is the best way to do that without actually utilizing resources. And time your rounds. If you time your rounds, you'll always be cognizant of slow play and making sure table talk and politics aren't dumpstering your chances of finishing a game that you should have won because you had a pretty obvious win, but you just couldn't get there in time. Other than that, that's just what I wanted to pass on as like good best practices when playing scrimmage games against buddies or people that are like intentionally playing to get good at tournament play. And now we will go to
question and answers.
Quarry queries, yeah. Please drop your questions or throw your hand up. I would much rather talk than read text right now because my eyes are crossing. I'm a little bit tired and sick. Ooh, Yigra and Wise Mothman. That's a good question.
I've seen Mothman perform as a CEDH deck.
I've seen it
At
happen, but it's like
top
Grolnok,
eighted,
like not.
yeah,
What's he?
it's not great, but I don't think Yigra is
No.
a CEDH deck.
No, I would probably play something like Vraska the Silencer if I was gonna do like a, like kind of like a your opponent sacrifice shit dot deck. Yeah, there's fun ways to if you have Vraska the Silencer and you kill a Thoracle on the stack, you can do your own consult combo in response to their consult combo, which is pretty funny. I wouldn't say the only Golgari deck. Still, Stick Fingers is a decent Entomb deck. Like I say, decent, it's like super fringe because all Golgari Entomb decks are super fringe. But Dina Hulk is a okay deck. Grist 12 Entombs is an okay deck if you're talking about super fringe. There's actually quite a few different Golgari varieties. They kind of just separate into pods, to groups of this is a Hulk deck and this is a Entomb deck. I tried to build a Vraska, or not Vraska, a Glypha, the Betrayer, like Bola Citadel stacks deck before. Didn't go too well, but it's it's fun. So questions, yeah. Anyone got raise your? You can request to be a speaker, or we'll answer questions from the chat. Anything about Magda? Anything about CDH? Anything about the community? Feel free. I don't think 3-ball is very good right now. I think Blue Green X is incredible at playing into 3-ball, and they used to play it themselves, and they probably will continue to play it themselves.
Kinnan plays it.
What?
Kinnan plays it.
Yeah, Kinnan plays it, and therefore you should not. Any stacks deck and a prominent deck is willing to play is not something you should be wasting a slot in your deck for when you're going to be 1v1ing the best mid-range deck in the format, or the most consistent mid-range deck in the format. So turbo stacks and hard stacks are like a Venn diagram that is almost just overlapping circles, like completely. Turbo stacks is running like
three or four cards different than hard stacks in most situations.
Yeah,
maybe 8.
Yeah, the top end's like 5, 6, 8, somewhere in there. But realistically, it's like depth of stacks pieces versus
interaction.
Yeah. But they're both pretty much on the same acceleration package because they have to be. Shoot.
Sorry. No, I meant like what do you feel like the benefits of like your list is compared to like a turbo stacks list?
Okay, I see. I got you. Okay. Yeah. Well, our list has changed a lot.
Yeah, it's changed a lot over time. And we also, or I specifically, talk a lot with Rust about like meta and what he's seeing, what I'm seeing, and where the deck sort of goes from here.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that comes to the point that like Turbo is not Turbos for Magda, but Turbo as a general deck archetype at the current moment basically doesn't exist outside of like Inala and Rogsai.
Yeah.
There are versions of decks that can go very fast. Like there are certain Kinnan decks that are more apt to win on turn 2 or turn 3, right? But a lot of these sort of mid-rangey decks exist. And like we've been saying, a lot of the time, the stacks pieces that you're looking to deploy are things that will, in the short term, hinder those decks. But unless your deck is built in a specific way that looks to leverage extra artifact dwarves, etc., you're not going to be able to take advantage of that window, and it's at the risk of making yourself the enemy that you can't talk your way out of.
Also,
Hmm.
it's important to bring up the fact that usually you are turning off two players more than another player, whether that's due to seat order or deck composition, or the fact that just one person's playing Ken and the other two people are playing Blue Farm, and it's just a little bit, the Blue Farm's just a little bit less consistent in terms of their generic mana generation. And I think long gone are the days where you can just layer stacks over stacks and expect that to shut off the entire table the entire time. I don't think we're not in the Blood Moon plus Null Rod days, because Null Rod doesn't do a whole lot, and Blood Moon is good enough on its own. Um, so being able to have a little bit more versatility in your answers for the table, and also diversifying your bonds in terms of like what win cons you can go for, how you're generating your treasures, etc., and so forth. When you have a very mid-range tempo-y meta, is just going to play out pretty well for you, and it's also what's comfortable in my opinion. Like
The other thing
God,
you have to consider about, are you playing for Swiss or are you playing for top 16? Because the difference between playing for top 16, top 10, you have unlimited time for your games after Swiss. So do you want to concede that some of your games may go to time more often than Swiss as a tournament Magda by playing more stacks pieces that may influence the game and push towards that outcome, over having interaction that can potentially save the game but still put you in a position to win? Because it's still harder to play through things that increase the cost of things, whether
Yep.
it's three ball or sphere of resistance or whatever.
Yep.
The play pattern of the deck changes considerably.
Yeah.
So it's not even like that you're comparing the deck itself, you're also comparing playstyle.
Yeah, true.
So like the way that I have currently built my deck and sort of towards what Rust is doing himself is we're trying to go that happy medium between turbo, or what Magda can be for turbo, where we can threaten early, but not to the point where we are always labeled as the threat by showing artifact dwarves, etc., more often than not. Um, while having the consistency to interact through the things that stop us, like the Draenei, like the Oppos, etc., and having more of a focus on preventing people from stopping us from doing what we want to do if we can, um, more so than like proactively looking to do that by making things cost more. Because the other downside with turbo stacks or hard stacks decks is not only do you have to know how to play your deck through your own stacks pieces, but you have to know when to deploy things, and you have to understand how other people are going to react to playing under such things. Because especially in Swiss, more people, unless you're at a very high level tournament, are going to not want to fight through XYZ. So their goal is going to be to remove XYZ as fast as possible so that they can be left open to do what they want to do. So you're forcing them to commit resources to that. And if someone's committing resources to that, they're leaving resources for their opponents open to try to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, in a way, overstaxing the board king makes other players, or it goes to time. It's one or the other. It's
Right.
very infrequent where you're able to generate layered stacks board states and then play through them, because, like we were talking about earlier, where you play your um, tangle wire, and then someone goes, "Cool, I'm gonna flash in my OBM, and now you get no value," and you're like, "Well, shit."
Yeah.
That happens even like in situations where you're making things cost more. Like if you play a 3 ball and then you have 2 mana on board, in addition, because you use a Lotus Petal or something to get the 3 ball out, they're like, cool, I'm going to use 3 mana to play this OBM, kill your Magda, and now you are behind and you don't participate in the game.
Yep. There's a lot of
And
gotcha
a lot of
points.
times people want to specifically put Magda out of the game because they don't want your first activation.
Yep.
The first 3 targets that are the most common targets for activations are Portal of Phyrexia, which if they are building a board state that they want to maintain is not what they want to lose. So if they're playing dorks and stuff, they don't want that to happen.
Yep.
Right? So realistically, having you get to 5 and then being able to threaten Portal or threaten God Pharaoh statue or threaten a Graph Digger's Cage to shut down, the Tyam deck or the Winota deck or some deck that is trying to win primarily through Underworld Breach. Like, they don't want that. They don't want you to have the opportunity to stop them from winning, especially if they're planning to win between turns 2 and 4. Like, they just letting you get that one activation stops them from winning, and that's not what they want. And it's very difficult to always politic into maintaining that, and that's why we were talking about earlier why sometimes Spine of Ish Sha just as a piece that you can say, okay, I'm going to go get this, and this only helps stop one person. Other people might be like, cool, I want that option to stop my opponent so then I can win after. So it gives them not necessarily like a false sense of security, but there is still some interaction points and windows that may become available that don't exist if you're like, cool, I'm going to go and get the God Pharaoh statue, or I'm going to go and get the Graph Digger's Cage. Because then it just shuts down complete game plans.
Yeah.
So I wanted
Thank
to.
you.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions?
I did have another one. What is the incentive to playing Chaos Warp and Zio's Justice?
It's a combo line with Pinnacle Monk. So they are two.
Real quick, are you asking about the redundancy or the cards themselves?
No. So I know like it's a combo line with Pinnacle Monk, right? To get the infinite activations of the God Pharaoh statue trigger.
Or just any burn spell.
Or just any spell. Yeah, but yeah, is there like a reason you play both, or you just like having both in there for like just for removal?
You never have to be as scared of using one if you have the other, and you can always go and get it. And I know Barkform gives you that redundancy anyway, but it's safety. We tend to like to have two things that can do the thing at every part of the combo.
While Chaos Warp does give something in response, and so does Zoyoa's Justice, Chaos Warp is a random chance of getting anything, and it's only if it's a permanent does it matter. And sure, that can hurt pretty badly, but just like Spine, it hits anything. So if you need to get rid of that, Gavany Township that Tyam is using every turn, or if you need to get rid of that Cradle, Chaos Warp does that for you. And Chaos Warp is also the only thing that hits your land when it is a land.
Yes.
If you have Zoyo with Justice, it doesn't hit your Pinnacle Monk if it's been played as a Mystic Peak.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if you play it as a land,
that's the primary reason that Chaos Warp is there, is because it acts as a way to put our land back in our deck, that changes it back into Pinnacle Monk inside of our deck, so that it can then be tutored back out or drawn and played or whatever.
Yep.
I mean, if you're at Infinite Treasures, could you not do that with Spine? I'm just asking. Just like.
Oh no! You absolutely could, but
yeah.
There are players that aren't on Spine, like we've talked about Tubby's not wanting to be on Spine. And there are also situations where Spine has been used and maybe to get to your infinite treasures, you've used your sculpting steel.
Right.
So you've gone through a ladder sort of situation where sculpting steel has been used as a creature, and now you have to, you know, remove both the spine and whatever, and then put them back in your deck, and then blah blah blah. It's still possible, right? There are lines to do it, like, but it's just ubiquitous removal.
Yep.
And it has the upside of being something simple to draw into to go and grab whatever it is. And also, you want a higher density for Zleoa's Justice and Chaos Warp because even though you can, in a lot of cases, draw your whole deck, you don't always want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm
So
just
being
like,
able
'cause I
to
really
have
like
a
your list.
higher
And
chance of hitting one of the two things that interacts with that secondary win condition, then you're fine. But yes, theoretically, Chaos Warp can be cut from the deck because if you're on Spine or if you're on Plundering Barbarian and you're trying to win at instant speed, you can have a extra copy of Roaming Throne. If you've already used Spine on something, then you can ETB your Plundering Barbarian, kill your Spine, put it back in your deck with your Barkform Harvester, tutor it back out, remove your Pinnacle Monk as a land with the Spine, and then continue from there.
So,
cool.
LCO asked, like, what's our thought? Like, why did we gloss over J Will, or have we talked about J Will yet? We haven't really talked about J Will yet. So
J Will is a card that I am testing again because Rust has, in a way, convinced me that in these degenerate board states where you're just playing Jessica's Will for mana, in the mid game, it recasts Magda at the very least.
Yep.
And in the early situations where you can go like turn one Jessica's Will, like either you're forcing reactive counter magic out of your opponents, or they're letting you resolve the Jessica's Will, and then you're forcing them to have answers.
Because you're gonna have
whether you
a Magda and a dwarf and something else probably.
Right. And our deck is at the point where unless you get rid of Maskwood Nexus specifically, there are still ways to win, make infinite treasures and all that stuff without Clock of Omens. So even if you hit Clock and something else, like, yeah. But in most of those scenarios, especially in early seat order, if you flip Clock and then you play Clock and then they counter it, it's like, okay, well, I still have enough mana for Magda, and eventually, you know, if Barkform comes back out from being played from hand or something, then there's still the opportunity to put Clock back in your deck, but it's a little bit inconsistent. As far as J Will goes, otherwise, like, the worst case scenario is that it's sitting in your hand. Best case scenario is it's making you 10 plus mana and giving you access to 3 more cards. Like, we don't have a lot of card draw, and I think personally in the current meta game, being able to come out of the gate faster may be to our advantage.
Yeah.
But realistically, I've been against J-Will for a long time. I still don't think it's a great card, but I think that it might be a necessary evil in the current metagame.
Yeah. So I want to hit on a couple questions. One came from earlier. If someone was asking about if someone was going to a tournament, it's a goal for me. For me to get this server in a state where I can automate events, like events on Spice Rack or something, populating into a thread system, and people being able to say, "I'm going. Can I carpool with you?" etc. and so forth, something like that, so that we can have dwarfs like sharing the load when it comes to travel expenses or what have you, so they can get more dwarves to the tournaments, and that that'll help people get to play the game more in a highly competitive environment. I'm looking to make that a reality over the next couple months. So that's a goal. like find a dwarf, basically.
I just had another question.
Yeah, go for it.
Yep.
On your list, something I find in my meta is I get silenced a lot, or I have, there's like a weirdly large amount of Obnixilis that like will like kill me if I cast spells. What's your way of winning? Do you have a way of winning with that cast triggers? Is it looping twin shot?
Yep.
Yes, you can make an extra copy. You can put Roaming Throne, make an extra copy of Roaming Throne, ETB Twin Shot. Twin Shot puts 2 of the 3 ETBs at itself, third one at an opponent, and then it puts itself to the graveyard. You activate Barkform Harvester, put it back in your deck, repeat the process.
So it's Roaming Throne, Sculpting Steel.
Yep.
Twin Shot.
It's old tech. We've been doing that for a good bit.
Yeah, is it sorry, I've just been on Apple for ages.
Oh man, you are.
Yeah, I know. I know. I need to update it, but I was on Twin Shot for a while and then stopped. And so is that the only copy you're running now, Sculpting Steel? Because you're not on Curse Mirror anymore.
No, yeah.
So we're not on Cursed Mirror, but we're on Mirror of the Forebears. So
Oh,
Mirror of the Forebears
yeah.
doesn't copy Roaming Throne's ability to trigger unless Maskwood Nexus is in play. So if you have the problem that you've Sculpting Steeled something already, then you can go and get Maskwood Nexus and then use Mirror of the Forebears to copy Roaming Throne, and then you'll still get access to it. If you don't have Roaming Throne as a dwarf because specifically of Maskwood Nexus, then the Mirror of the Forebears, when it becomes a copy of Roaming Throne, doesn't enter, so it doesn't get to choose another card type. And the card type that you choose isn't part of the text on the actual card. So when you copy it, it doesn't get taken over.
It only copies text. It doesn't copy last known information, it only copies text.
Correct. That's why if you wanted to do the lines with Welder and Engineer, you either needed to make Mirror of the Forebears, copy it, so that then it is an artifact already, and then give that haste, or you would need to copy the thing and then give it artifact with either liquid metal torque or liquid metal coating or whatever after the fact, because you can't copy over liquid metal torquing something and then making a Curse Mirror copy. It's not an artifact anymore.
Yeah.
You have to do it
if
after
you've
the fact.
played, so say for example you've played Roaming Throne as a dwarf.
Yep.
And then it doesn't double the twin shot sniper triggers, right?
If you have
it will because of Maskwood Nexus.
It will because of Maskwood Nexus.
Yeah.
Gobbo's a dwarf Gobbo. Mortal enemies now family.
Exactly.
Yeah, sweet. No, yeah, because that was just that specific bit of tech there with the Maskwood.
The other option that you have is you can use Spine of Ish Sha and then multiple ETBs from Plundering Barbarian. So you'll make Plundering Barbarian into an artifact, and then you'll copy it with Sculpting Steel, and then that way you get extra ETBs from your Roaming Throne, Mirror of the Forebears, not Sculpting Steel, Maskwood Nexus combo. So that at that point you'll get extra ETBs of Plundering Barbarian, so you can
destroy itself and
and the spine, and then you loop the Sculpting Steel copy of the artifact Plundering Barbarian, and yeah. That's another option, is that you can just spine all their permanents and then basically tell them to fuck themselves.
Couldn't you just have the couldn't you just torque all of their non-lands and then just have the barbarian do that itself?
What?
Oh, you could, yeah. You can torque all of their non-lands and destroy their non-lands with barbarian.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah.
But it still needs to be.
Couldn't you?
It still needs to destroy itself.
Yeah.
And then destroy one of their lands, and then you'd need
Well, you
Clock
can
of
do their
Omen
lands.
to
Torque can't do lands.
But-
It's only Coven that can do
But
lands.
in this,
Right. That's the
if we're
point.
doing this, then you could also destroy your own twin shot sniper, and
Yeah,
then loop
do-
it with Barkform, and then
Yep,
loop it
You
again.
can do this. You can do the exact same thing. Yes.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah,
Cool.
in the context, if you're not running GP, if you're not running Godfair statue, which we aren't right now, you could absolutely find yourself in a spot where you're on turns and
Someone
someone's
has
got
cast
the
the
One Ring.
One Ring.
Yeah, now you don't have an option. That's
Any-
what. It's never come up for I don't think anyone, but it is technically
It's
a corner
yeah.
case.
I've done it. I've done it once.
Well, it
I
has to
wasn't
be
done it.
on your turn. Yeah, it has to be on your turn, which is the problem.
I've won through One Ring once, and I've won through Angel's Grace once.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, one time in like 2 years. So
Yeah, especially if you were on Apple, it was pretty easy to win through Angel's Grace specifically.
yeah, I did that at a tournament. It was
Yeah.
the elevator
Angel's
player
Grace.
was
They were
not
like-
happy.
Cool. Life loss, life loss, life loss, life loss. Okay, you're below 1. End step. Okay, I win.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So, do you have any more questions before we call it a day?
Not for me. That's awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks
Thanks so
for the
much.
questions. You probably helped someone else out there, because there's a lot of things that we just take for granted now, like the glory of our Lord Twin Shot, favorite card in the deck.
Yeah, he's awesome. I gotta put him back in. I'm gonna.
I need to get the
Get rid
damn
of
artist
Apple.
to sell me an artist proof of it. All right, Los Muertos, you're up. I'm gonna sit you back down in the chat, Elspeth.
Yeah, cheers.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
You're
Mute
good.
myself. So I just have a quick question. This is gonna probably be a dumb question, but I
Okay,
think
real quick, the possum that is screeching, but only when you talk, is hilarious.
thank you. I appreciate one of my favorite gifts. But yeah, the question I have is about twin shot specifically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I get it essentially is an outlet for damage.
Yep.
But
Yep.
but you have to sacrifice. How do you? Is it just the fact of using that one changeling that puts it back into your library and just search for it again? Masswood? Is that the combo? Okay.
If you're just killing,
That's what I was-
if you're trying to kill your opponents, that's all you need is to just shuffle it in and then draw it out. You can just use Vexing Bauble in conjunction with it after you get
Oh.
infinite
And it's
mana.
also important, Elspeth, is that the Twin Shot Sniper channel ability is an ability, so it doesn't have anything. Like, that's the other way that you win.
Yeah, you can't be trick bound. It's
Yeah,
literally, if they trick bind it, you just go, okay, I'll.
Yeah, so like if you're doing that one, then like the Obnixilis thing isn't really a problem or whatever.
But yeah, Los Muertos, you use. There's two ways. If you have access to Vexing Bauble, you just pull everything out of your deck until the only cards in your deck, or there's no card in your deck, and then you channel Twin Shot, and then you crack
Vexing Bauble.
and then you shuffle them back in response with Barkform, and then you just continue drawing. You just pull the Vexing Bauble out, and then you just draw the Twin Shot, and then you do that at infinitum.
Okay, thank you. That was my one question. That was I was still iffy about that one.
It's my preferred way to win. I mean, now that we have Barkform, it's really not unsafe to have yourself at 0 cards, because forced draws you can just respond to with more shuffling, playing, cracking, discarding, etc. and so forth.
And I'm guessing it was similar when you had Sir.
No, see, that's the thing. Elixir was a little bit less safe. You don't want to Elixir. You put your entire library and then your entire graveyard back into the library, but you're putting an activation on the stack where you've tapped your artifact, and then you're stuck there with it on the stack. And if they do any kind of shuffle shenanigans, you can break your loop.
Unless you already have infinite untapped treasures and Clock of Omens in play.
Yeah. At that point, you can just untap because the shuffle happens on resolution. You don't sacrifice the elixir as part of the activation cost.
Oh, okay. You don't sacrifice it.
Yep, it's part of shuffling and ends a resolution. It's a very common misconception. People will say crack sack and then shuffle, and then it'll already be in the graveyard, and people like it's a little bit weird in that sense that it's something you absolutely can get shut down on if you don't have infinite already, which is why we don't play it, and that's why Barkform is so good.
And I just wanted to mention before I leave, what do you feel? How do you feel about Legion Extreme?
Unnecessary, almost
Unnecessary.
cool. It does a couple of things that are interesting, but like the the fact that it's fetchable right through your graphs is cool. The fact that it gets rid of your graphs is cool. But I'd probably rather, and the fact that you can probably kill someone with it by sacrifice, killing it and running it back through with ETBs is cool. It doesn't kill every problem child. It kills
kills Collector Oof.
It kills Oof, but it doesn't kill Draneth, which is way more prevalent than Oof or Yashar ever will be. I mean, it's sorcery speed. It has a couple of interesting lines of text on it. The fact that it can sacrifice through everything but Null Rod is good, right? But we have other options for every part of that card effectively. The fact that it kills a thing, we have better, faster, X3 killers. The fact that it's searchable isn't that relevant. We have other options for killing things. The fact that it's a playable instead of Spine is like okay. But Spine answers two more card types that are kind of relevant.
Yeah, just getting rid of a land permanent.
Yeah, no, it's permanent, not land. You can kill lands.
It's permanent too. Okay.
Yeah, you can brick the entire table. You can just say, we may not win, but I may not win, but you're definitely not going to win. If they for some weird reason keep you from being able to win the game.
Okay. Right. Thank you. That was my only two questions.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Good deal. I'm gonna sit you back down in the audience. Anyone else?
Yep.
Last call for alcohol.
Yeah,
at
dude.
2, you're through.
I've had 4 cups of tea since I've sat down. Okay, that name is great, Ginger. All right. I did invite you up here. Oh, there you are.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going, bud?
So I just I forget what the line is to copy the GPS end step triggers.
All right, real simple. You need to. Well, it depends on whether you're on dual cast. It depends on whether you're dual cast or not.
Ways.
Yeah.
I'll go through the simplest way. Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
You go to end step. You put the trigger on the stack. You have infinite tapped or untapped treasures. You go and you grab your Barkform Harvester. You do any draw loop so that you can get Return the Favor. You cast Return the Favor targeting the end step trigger. Resolve the Return the Favor, hold priority on the end step trigger again. Use Barkform Harvester to put Return the Favor back in your deck, which would be the only card. If it's not, draw the rest of your deck first, put it back in your deck as the only card, force draw it, and then repeat the process using Return the Favor over and over and over again to use the GPS end step trigger to kill your opponents.
Yep.
So it's just you using Vexing Bauble?
You can use Vexing Bauble, you can use Academy Manufacturer's Clues, you can use the One Ring in a couple different ways. Like, there are a few ways to draw your deck. All of them are in the Mega Primer.
Yep.
They're under combo adjacent information.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other question?
No, that was it.
All right. I'm going to throw you back down. I think Elspeth wanted to jump back up. Was it an accidental? Okay, no, they wanted up. Okay, cool. What you
yeah,
got?
sorry, I had a different question.
Yep.
But you've kind of answered it just in answering that question. So, but
What was your other question?
basically, it was if you dual caster and copy Return the Favor, does it copy like all the modes?
Yeah.
And I think I
copies
googled
chosen
it. I
modes.
think the answer is yes. Yeah,
It copies whatever modes that you have chosen. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That was the only question, just in regards to doing that loop. But yeah, no, thank you.
All right.
No problem.
All right. You have a question. All right. I'm gonna invite you up here. If you don't know how to press the hand buttons in the top right next to the chat on the video on like the channel screen, but I'll go ahead and give you the. There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Doing fine. A little tired, a little sick.
I'm tired as hell too. I've been awake for like 20 hours. I should go to bed.
All right. We'll answer your question so you can.
Yeah, I have no clue how the copying mechanic works for when you do the what's that 4-drop that copies all the triggered abilities? What's that called again?
Roaming Throne. Yeah.
Yeah, so like when you get a second one, I saw like someone on a Reddit thread talking about how it like exponentially goes up. Can you like explain that? It didn't make any sense to me.
So when you have Roaming Throne, the first one gives you an extra trigger. The next one adds another trigger. The reason why it goes exponential is if you have Academy Manufacturer and a copy of Academy Manufacturer. Because when you have 2 copies of Academy Manufacturer, it starts with you making 3 treasures with the replacement effect. And then you have X amount of triggers. So with 1 Roaming Throne that turns that 3 into a 6, and then with 2 Roaming Thrones that turns that 3 into a 9.
Oh, with
yes.
the thing that turns everything into dwarves, I'm guessing.
Yes.
I thought,
well,
yeah.
You don't
whatever
need
that is,
the
the 4th
thing
drop.
to turn. You don't need the Maskwood Nexus to turn those things into whatever.
If you choose Golem.
Oh, I thought Roaming Throne only applied on the creature type you choose.
Yeah, you could choose Golem.
Right. You can technically choose Golem, but so you could do that if you wanted to, but you would need to choose Magda, which is a dwarf, in order to get extra treasure triggers. So you start with 3, you go to 6, and then you would go to 9, and then once you get Maskwood Nexus and Zoran, it goes to 18.
Yep, and at that point you're off to the races. You just get a VA.
Is this like an optimal line? Like this is
technically
like...
So like, let's say
It's
you
an
start
incidental
with a
line.
board. It's an incidental line, the most common line with Academy Manufacturer. So you have Magda, 1 other dwarf, 5 treasures, a tapper, and Academy Manufacturer.
Yeah.
From that point, you activate Magda, go and get, let's just say, in this situation, we're going to go get Mirror of the Forebears. You'll name Assembly Worker, and then you'll have that become a copy of Academy Manufacturer. So from this point, you tap both of your dwarves, each of them makes 3 apiece. You go get Maskwood Nexus. You then tap both of your Academy Manufacturers, make 3 apiece. So now you're at a total of 2 treasures remaining with another Magda activation on the stack. And then you go and get either Roaming Throne or Zorn. That turns each tap into 6. And then from there, you can go and grab Roaming Throne, which will turn everything into 9. And then you can make a copy of either Zorn or Roaming Throne from that point to make it go to 18. And 9 is technically the sweet spot because that's where you can start to use, where is it?
Magda.
Well, it's not Magda. It's one of the dwarves that sacrifices, Dwarven Scorcher, where you can use Dwarven Scorcher and any other 1-drop dwarf that you have to kill your other 1-drop and put Dwarven Scorcher in the graveyard so that you can use Barkform Harvester to put them back in your deck, tutor them back out, tap them for 9 apiece, and you're generating 18, but you're using like 12 in order to do the combo.
Yep, it's a reimagining of the old school Rube line.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I had one question. I'm a budget player. I don't play with most of these cards, but like, is Reckless Fireweaver just like not a part of like the meta here anymore? Is it just like
Let me ask what your budget is first. But to answer specifically about Reckless Fireweaver is a shortcut card.
Yeah.
So basically, what Reckless Fireweaver did in the past, before we had access to Roaming Throne and all these other things, was that it would allow you to go and tutor for. You'd get infinite tapped treasures with any Robo Dwarf and Clock of Omens. You'd go get Maskwood Nexus, and then you would go get your Reckless Fireweaver, and then you'd just start your combo again and win without needing to go to infinite untapped treasures. But in every other situation, the card does nothing.
yeah, because you would just get infinite mana and win some other way.
Yeah. Also,
you can. Go ahead.
I just want to say, also it's a threat. They're just like, oh, they have the win con. I can't let them get infinite untapped treasures. I can't let them even get close.
Yeah, just delete the creature.
They delete creature. Yeah. They delete Magda, and they say you're not playing the game. Also, is your picture a Garen Poro?
It's Darius.
Okay.
It's a Darius Poro.
Yeah.
But yeah, like even on a budget, like I have $100 budget version, that has Roaming Throne and Portal to Phyrexia and all of these cards in it. So like,
yeah, mine has Roaming Throne, but I don't play with most of the cards that I saw in your guys' MagdaCon. I'm gonna be upgrading to like $1,000 one, so I'm getting like most of the cards, but probably not like the box, at least the expensive one.
You might be down diamond, but you're probably getting practically everything else.
Yeah, it's basically everything but that like whatever that $800 mox is. I don't see
Yeah,
a reason to add that. It
Mox
doesn't
Diamond.
seem that important.
Oh,
you can
fair,
just.
It's fairly
It's
important.
good. It's good, but like.
Yeah,
you
it's
can just add
$800.
something. You can just add.
I
you can just add
can't. I'm
something
not
else.
gonna put a paycheck towards that. It's not happening.
Simeon,
I would
Simeon's
proxy
guide,
before then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I figured 1,000 should be enough. I'm cool with this. All right, thank you.
No
You're
problem.
welcome.
All right. Last call. So, I'm thinking
Last person, because I have
liter-
to go take a shower and go play. So
yeah, my brain is about to shut down. No problem. We very much enjoy doing it. It's just it's a bit of a marathon, and you know, I was worried we had too little content for today, and boy, do I always underestimate how much I can talk. The VOD will be posted probably tonight, just whenever it gets done encoding and uploading to YouTube. What I'll say is just as a reminder to folks, this giveaway is self-funded by 2 or 3 people, and those 2 or 3 people are also shouldering the majority of the boosts on the server, to make sure that we have the vanity URL that the QR code points to, and for the high quality audio, so that the voice recording is as pretty and as crisp as it can be with our given equipment. And that's not free. And if you guys feel so, if you have boosts, or or you're feeling generous, toss them our way so we can reduce the amount of boosts we're investing into the server on a monthly basis. That would be awesome. That's either way, we appreciate you, Elspeth. I know you just did so. Nick, that's a good question. How do you join the giveaway? Go to the announcements. I've posted the link for the Google form in there. Nick, as for like sourcing cards, that's actually a pretty good idea. As for before, it was just like extras. Like the last time we just sent some extra cards, and we had like one foil, like a one signed card that Bobby had gotten from an artist he had been talking to. But this time it's almost exclusively like signed cards, because I was able to go to a convention to meet with some artists that that had done cards for our deck. But I'm completely content to throw money cards, or like special secret lair cards, or what have you. into giveaways, and spread the load if I manage the logistics, and give those away at the next Dwarf Day, or maybe the one after, because I can't do it every quarter because it costs money to ship. But yeah, I'll try to find some way to communicate with the contributors. If you're not a contributor, make yourself a contributor with the Rollbot, and I'll probably make that public there, if not just actually public. If you have some, I might just put an open call. That might be a nice thing to do. GoFundMe's a little bit tricky because I like holding people's money is a little bit weird relative to just I have a card I want to throw your way, so you can give it away at a later date. But I do appreciate it. We'll think on that. The nature of this being effectively charity work to just build community is means that holding on to people's money is not something I want to do on a regular basis, or at all, really. Even if I'm putting it directly towards something. We'll see. Yeah, I think with that is a Dwarf Day done, friends. And I greatly appreciate everyone that stuck around. Sho, thank you for being my co-pilot, and in most of the time, the pilot.
You're welcome, bud.
And everyone else that showed up, everyone else that spoke, all the people, all the new players that asked good questions, so that other new players could have their questions answered. It's a big service that you do, because not all of us that have been playing the deck for 2 years remember what it's like to not know enough to know what to ask, or remember what we asked when we were first starting, right? So you guys are a vital part of the ecosystem of constantly improving dwarves, dwarves stronger together and all that. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and kill the stream and stop the